End of election week, right? Although it's not even really over yet, so I don't even know if this was appropriate to start doing yet. You know what I mean? I don't even know if this counts as election stuff, but I had to. Plus, check this shit out, huh? And, well, it's after hours right now. I don't know if really that counts, but we're above $12 right now, huh? But I was saying, this was a good week for GameStop, right? I think it was, there wasn't many news. I just tweeted this out earlier, right? There wasn't much news on the GameStop front, right? There was some other news, things like Nintendo news and so forth. But as far as the chart goes, I feel like for me, that was the big news this week. Right here. I just tweeted that. I mean, there's a couple of, oh shit. So I didn't even see, oh shit, you can't even, it's blocking the damn screen. Oh, well, I'll have to take that down. Welcome, everybody. Who do we got? Oh, just a couple. Daily, Hugo, what up, everybody? Daily, Hugo, Steve, Super Zazie, Rod, Rob, Jorge, Hugo, what up, what up? The headbands, I know, right? I've been getting them all over. I think a lot of them just come from Amazon. You know what I mean? I can't even, I have to take these off. I can barely see in this shit. But yeah, I thought this was a constructive. Hey, Markel, what up, Markel? Happy Friday, everybody. I thought this was a constructive week on the chart. And I was saying, I just tweeted this out, but this is, I feel as though this was an important week. We got, with the consoles coming out next week, had a bit of a sell-off last week. A relatively strong sell-off relative to how it had been up for the past couple of weeks and months. And so it was like I said last Friday, I'm sure I did. It's gonna be really important to watch what GameStop does this week. And of course, we're going into the election, pre-election, during the election, after the election. And look at this, up. It's just 1 week and just a couple of days. But like I said, look, it's back in that box. You know what I mean? Like I was, it's right back in that box. It didn't have to, but it did. And so it's just kind of holding up as I felt it would. I felt that it was heading back to that box. I kind of lightened this red box down here. It's like, that's it. Now we're new consoles next week. But so I felt as though I felt as though this was a good week. Maybe I'm a biased bull. You know what I mean? You could say that. But as far as my analysis of the chart goes, everything continues to look very good, constructive. And this is a good place to be. I mean, all else equal, you want it to be higher price, right? That goes without saying. But as far as the chart goes, this is a good chart going into next week. And then we'll talk about sentiment and everyone's going to be talking, the consoles are going to be front of mind, everyone's going to be talking about that shit, so we'll just have to see what happens next week. I mean, then there's if you're bearish, there's the upside risk that GameStop has decided to announce something. We didn't get anything, right? Nothing after hours. There's the upside risk that GameStop announces something next week at the same time, right? And I was thinking about how they kind of announced some news back in September at around the time, though I think it was the same day the pre-orders were coming out or something like that, or the Cohen news came out that day. And I remember thinking, wouldn't that be something if they announced something next week, right? I have no idea, but I thought, wow, that could be even more impactful. I kept on saying, I think something was going to, if anything, it would be happened before, so I've been discounting. But geez, can you imagine if it comes out on Monday or Tuesday or any time next week, really? I feel like that could impact that could impact investors' mindset. And that's what I mean. So this is a good place. I mean, we're only, what is it? What is it for $11.80 to $15? What was that, a 25% move or something? It's really not that much. And I mean, with a stock like GameStop, it's so volatile and the short interest is so heavy. Like you can pop. That's why in the Microsoft News Day it pops over 40%. Like it's just 1 day away from being taking out its previous highs. You know what I mean? And so going into what is this second week in November? That ain't bad. And so on the news front, there's not much. But there was a lot. That's not true. Look at how much shit I got open here, right? There's a lot of. Some of the mainstream media was picking up some stuff. So first the charts, right? Oh, let me just go through a couple of the charts. Let me just show just quickly the intraday. Intraday's boom, boom, boom. Just turning around a little bit, right? Not that meaningful, but that's stuff I'm looking at, right? Then the daily, it's the same chart, it's the same stuff. Weekly, in the box. Monthly, boom, done. Okay. And then, all right. So then there was this article from Bloomberg. I think do I have it out? Is this pandemic video game boom sales? I think this might have been out a while back, but it's this one, right? It just shows you gaming is booming, right? You know what I mean? It's this stuff. Gaming is crushing. You can see some of these figures. They're expecting that the industry. This is from Newzoo, whom I quoted in one of my GameStop videos. They're expecting it to get up to 220 billion just about in a couple of years. So what I mean, thriving backdrop here for GameStop to reinvent itself. You know what I mean? That's nice for a cigar butt. You know what I mean? It's terrific. And so anyway, it's the usual stuff that a lot of us know, but I'm bringing it up because it's hitting mainstream media, right? We talked about this, that reflexivity. It's obviously been picking up past couple of months with pre-orders, and then every incremental news item or every incremental week we get closer to it. People talk about it, but I feel like there was a ton this week, right? I don't think any of them that mentioned GameStop, but that's almost it would have been nice, right? But it's not that big of a deal. It's just it's just that gaming. It's just, wait till people start shopping there, right? That's what I think. And then Nintendo announced this week too. I mean, look at the Switch, huh? And so I tweeted that out. The Switch is such an important console for GameStop. A lot of those folks tend to be more casual. It skews a bit physical. We saw that. I included that in one of my GameStop videos, but just crushing it. Was this year over year? Is it year over year? Yeah, year over year. Look at this. The Switch light up 100%. So this is the type of thing. I think because the new Xbox is coming out, the new Sony's coming out, I feel as though that's hard to prove. That's fair. I feel as though people are discounting the impact that Nintendo's going to have on GameStop's bottom line, including Q3, but through the next 12 months, next 4 quarters. And I think, you know what I mean? Like, I keep on thinking people are discounting how well GameStop's legacy business is going to go, how well it's going to perform. And then there's all the upside, the reinvent, transforming its business and so forth. So, I mean, Nintendo, seeing these numbers were great. And then Nintendo, do I have it up? Nintendo even broke out some digital sales versus physical sales. And you could, did I have it up? I forget if I got it. Oh, right here. Is this it? Where there was still a good chunk of proportion. Is this it? Proportion of digital sales. I forget what it was. Is this what is this? Proportion of digital sales. I kind of forget what I was. And now I can't see through my glasses. This could be it, but I can barely see the screen. So you can't expect these to stay on here, huh? Who else we got? Salaryman, Markel, what up? Cheerio, Markel. Like that. Jorge, welcome back. Kazi, Markel, and Marzenchi. Well, Marzenchi, he knows Mad TV, right? Marzenchi knows. He's doing. He looked like a man, and I'm like, start. But anyway, what I was getting at here is we're in 2020. We're at the new consoles, and there's still people purchasing physical during this current time. But importantly, folks tend to skew physical in that first year. And who was it? In fact, I think Justin just mentioned it right here. Justin mentioned a quote. I liked a couple of things here, but saying how FIFA 21 was 50% of sales were physical. Lower than the past, but it still shows the resiliency of physical. Just first 3 weeks, right? But I agree with the sentiment here. It's like people still gonna heavily lean physical, and it's not the point to say that physical's here to stay to perpetuity, right? No one's saying that, but the consoles are here, even at a 50% physical rate for the first couple of quarters, even the first year or two. If it were 50% physical, that's where we're at. GameStop is trading at a discount to what I expect free cash flow to be at that rate. You know what I mean? I think, and I mentioned this in one of my tweets, in props to Dr. Zayas, who was talking about the fact that these latest trailing 12-month figures have been skewed a bit because it's not toward digital, because it's not so much that digital is I mean, people are more likely to download games later in the console cycle, but it's more they start purchasing fewer and fewer physical discs. But I think that's been interfering with folks' analysis of the digital physical shift mix, or however you want to call it. And I think people are going to see in 12 months, they're like, oh shit, we underestimated how well physical's doing. And again, this is that downside protection. You know what I mean? So where was I going? Okay, go Nintendo, and then I just got a couple of articles here, right? Because when Nintendo reports, we all see it, but then Bloomberg picks up the story. They get the message out there, and then I quoted too. We've all talked about this, right? But George Sherman on the last conference call talking about how GameStop gets their fair share of Nintendo Switch, right? We all knew this, right? And we don't exactly know what the figures are. That's not the point. The point is just that the Switch remains an important console for GameStop. Relative to other retailers, we're not totally sure. But it's still, they're getting their fair share. They're getting a decent allocation, and that means good news for GameStop down the line. But I think everyone just continues to discount that shit. And then what else was there? The Wall Street Journal stuff, too. I wasn't able to see this one, I don't think. Was that? Yeah, it kind of got cut off there, right? So Bloomberg picks it up. Wall Street Journal picks it up. And... the economist Pablo, who was it? Was it Pablo? Someone messaged this out to me. I forget who it was. Oh, Pablo. Yeah, Pablo. I don't know if you're on the stream. I just couldn't see this, though. He messaged us out, asking me my thoughts, but I couldn't see it. So if there was anything interesting in this, if y'all saw it, let me know. I assume it's kind of in line with some of the other stuff I was seeing, but I wasn't able to see this. So I don't know if there's anything new or anything exciting or even worth sharing in there. But another article from The Economist. These are 3 big media sources, you know what I mean? To help getting the word out there. Again, I don't think GameStop was mentioned in any of them, but so this one was interesting, right? I want to talk about this if people have any opinions on this stuff, right? But Best Buy won't sell next-gen consoles in store this year, like at all? Is that what's happening here? And is Walmart launched? So I knew about the launch day stuff, but is this Engadget? I don't know. Engadget. Yeah, I don't know this source all that well. That announcement. So be careful. Let's talk about this. So I'll come back to this, right? But then I was thinking the implications for GameStop, but also clearly the COVID situation is going to impact store traffic to a degree. The question is how much it would impact the GameStop type, but also how much it might impact GameStop relative to the other brick and mortar retailers too, right? And this is why it was so important, as CU was mentioned on the stream too. We're all talking about this, how important it was to get that omni-channel experience up and running, get that e-commerce cranking. I got some stuff here that Rod's been posting about too. We talked about that in the last stream, how it seems as though, based on his detective level analysis, that at least based on some of that order stuff, it looks like their e-commerce continues to crank. But and so that's critical for going into these known consoles because of this risk that everyone has been talking about. And but now my question is it going to have? But it's all relative, right? It's not all relative, right? There's some degree of absolution here, of course, because if no one's going to the stores, right, then that would be obviously a risk. That's not going to be the case. But the case is GameStop. I know that first day, but is like Best Buy not going to sell them at all this year? Is that the deal? Like I didn't see a Best Buy. Was there a Best Buy announcement? So I knew the day of type stuff, right? But I was like, whoa, that'd be something, because I mean I think everything's going to be sold out everywhere already, right? But even still, if you know a place isn't going to have consoles, you think you might go somewhere else. But this is marginal analysis. That's how I'm thinking about this stuff. What I see here is just that COVID risk, right, and how GameStop has prepared itself. As we talked a number of times recently, how GameStop has set itself up for success here in light of this type of environment. But hey, right, Rod, nice analysis here. Rod had tracked down the fact that this is Micromania. The French, some of the French GameStop stores, but they've teamed up with, what is it, Criteo? Is it Criteo? Is that what it was pronounced? But I mean, we figured this was happening, right? But to actually find some data sources on here, and Micromania talking about the fact that it's been delivering. Where's the figures? Oh, it's right here. The figures are. Where is it? Can you see all that? This damn thing's in the way, huh? Where the hell was that? No, what the hell? Okay, I guess it's just this. Is this what for Micromania? 49% share of first-time online category buyers, 21%. I mean, I don't know exactly what that means, right? That's not the point. It's just the point where, hey, even they're showcasing the impact that they're having on GameStop's business. That was my take, Rod. If you had something more substantial, I'd be curious. But even still, I didn't see anything like this, so I thought that was good analysis, trying to track anything down on that front. And I saw how you would come across it too. Props. Speaking of Rod, here we go. So, and Rod had taken a whole bunch of pictures of some new GameStop stores, huh? It's not an album, but you can see some of these. I can open them up like that, right? Nice and clean. He's got a whole bunch of them. So you can check out his Uber Kicks on StockTwits if you want to see all of the photos. Some of these look really slick, huh? And I agreed with a lot of Rod's takes on StockTwits, going through some of the stuff. I know COVID's impacting the use of some of these things. And I don't even think this one was complete, if I recall correctly what Rod had said. I personally, I like the floor. I saw people talking about, I saw the mentions of the ceiling too. I did see that. But just that layout is looking good, right? Nothing crazy in this store, but definitely a cleaner look, like looking good. And this is the stuff they wanted to have ready to go for those new consoles. And they're next week. They're here. What's the countdown? It's days now, right? And this stuff's looking good, right? Okay, let me pick up. He's got a ton of them. So he said there was an entrance right there. Yeah, looks sick, huh? What else I got? Nice work, Rod, huh? Some legit DD here, huh? Collectibles and stuff. Just nice and clean, right? The stuff that you'd expect retailers to be doing, right? You should have you want a place that people enjoy shopping at, right? Absolutely. What are some other stuff here? Pre-owned stuff out and about. Yep. Collectible stuff. Cool. Some of the walls, they got lots of walls and stuff. Some stuff in the cases too. Okay. Seeing a lot of items. PC stuff. Oh, sick. I missed this. Okay, he's got a photo of some of the PC stuff on the GameStop walls. Nice. Again, stuff they've been talking about, but now we're actually seeing it implemented. And again, new consoles next week. People going to be in the store. People going to be seeing this stuff even more than they currently are. More accessories. Boom. This stuff is higher margin stuff. And remember, GameStop is one of the best, has one of the best, I believe, attachment rates in the whole industry when it comes to attaching things like accessories and games and stuff to the new consoles. That's what I mean. It's important. It's important if other retailers aren't actually even selling the consoles, right? I think that might push people into some of GameStop stores, right? So that's sick. So you can check that out there. Also, you got to check Steve Stunk. Steve Stunk. Cheers, mate, huh? Steve Stunk absolutely crushing it on his GME vid memes. This is terrific. You got to check this out. He's got a new Matrix one, huh? Terrific. I told him Academy Awards, they need to create a new award for meme vids, and Steve Stunk's gonna win. You got to give it to him. Steve Stunk. I gotta up my my movie poster game after this shit, huh? Terrific. Excellent work. Oh, you had fun making that one. All right, cheers. Oh yeah, all right, Steve. I mean, I'm rolling when I'm, because like I say, how often are you dialed into? I mean, a lot of us are dialed into this position, right? Or dialed into the case, and so it's funny. I mean, we see tons of funny finance gifs all around, right? But when it's when you're so dialed in, right, and then you include like some of the what many people would consider esoteric information, like. He had one. There's one from last week, or a couple of days ago. Hey, Steve, you've been cranking them up, by the way. But it's was Moneyball on Wednesday, and it was something like, "Oh, we got the data." And they were like, "Data from what? Data on GameCubes?" Oh, you know what I mean? Like only people who really know the story get that, and that's why it's terrific to. I mean, it's one thing for it to be hilarious, which it is, but then when you're like getting the story, it's like you're just like we're tweeting stuff out and trying to get the message out there, right? Like that's like it's just like you're sharing DD in a hilarious fashion. So I was rolling at that one, and then this one is terrific too. It's just so fun. It's right up my alley, Steve. So what? Not excellent work. I didn't see if SnowK88 had a new one. I didn't look. I just checked yours. I checked today, so I'm like, I gotta go see. I gotta go see if Steve got a new one today, and you did. Oh, I did. He's doing work. Steve's eating. Okay, what else I got? Well, let me see who else we got here. Let me just, I got some stuff that I liked on Seeking Alpha there too, but let me just see. I got some stuff on Twitter that I like too. There's a lot of stuff. I tried to open up most of my stuff. Here we go. Oh, we got a good crowd, 40 people, huh? Happy Friday, everyone. I hope y'all had a nice week. And I hope you're amped up for new consoles. We got to see what's coming. Who else we got? Oh. Salaryman, Transient Bit, welcome. Oh, Izakazi, Markel, Marzenchi, John Realistic Bull, welcome back. I'm just drinking some beer, Jorge. I'm just drinking some brews, that's all. Oh, is there roof? It could be, Hugo. It could be. How could I? Who knows? We'll see. Let's see how the hours progress. If I start like getting loopy and stuff, you could argue that, maybe it already is. It's already started, right? I mean, one could easily make that case. Oh, is there new short information out there? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I should have brought this up, too. Y'all talking about that shortage. So I did notice this, too, right? Oh, no, not that one. This one. So it was quite the drop down. I did notice that. It was 1 million down to 3. And that's, remember, I don't know if other people thought. They kind of seemed like it was such an aggressive sell-off that maybe some of those, at least marginal shorts may have closed. You know what I mean? So then that would have explained that, and then the rate decreasing. But look at that rate. That fee just keeps going down. So I didn't think too much about this. We say drop and borrow fee implies the shortage is being alleviated through. Yeah, but all gone. Yeah, I don't know. It's been low before. Just a reminder for folks, it's been super. Look at this. It was at 200 on November 3rd. Like, it's not just a heads up for folks to give it everything in context. Oh, from The Hangover. Yeah, here you go. Oh, shit. All the day. Okay. Cheers, Smash. Welcome, Smash. Happy Friday, mate, huh? What did the employee say when you walked around? Oh, stores look great. Okay. Actually, didn't say. Yeah. I know. Rod's like, can you move out of the way? I'm doing some serious DD here. You know what I mean? Oh, I didn't even see. Look at the Nintendo stuff in the case. Sick. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's nice. That just looks good. It'll be nice to see people playing in here too, right? And we know that they were building that social, cultural hub and stuff, and obviously COVID has caused them to pump the brakes there in a number of ways. But I think in time that'll come. So it'll be pretty cool to see people just having a fun time in the store all around, not just buying stuff. I think we get PR. Xenia, welcome, Xenia. Could be huge. Can they be considered essential? So no, I know we were thinking about that. If you got the PC stuff, where's that line? You know, it was such a weird line to begin with. That who gets shut down and who doesn't. You know what I mean? So who knows? Oh, she had fun making that one, I bet. Yeah. Sick Steve. EO, welcome. I got more movie posters than Blockbuster. Oh, that's too perfect. I may have to integrate that somehow, huh? Yeah, Saucy dialed into GB. You know what I mean? That's why when you're dialed in, it's terrific when you see the GIF. I mean, I feel like the GIFs, they get like an order of magnitude funnier when you see that shit. Oh, it's so funny. Range is tight this week. Considering the range last week in console launch was expecting more movement. Oh, I think so. I think. I mean, it was very low volume here too. What was today? Under 6. This is real low volume. Clearly, the market. People need to want to buy. You know what I mean? They need to have a reason to buy, because what usually that's what I mean. Stocks don't always just go boom, boom, boom up all the time, right? Usually they get to a new level, and then people kind of just waiting for news. But this low volume is kind of indicating to me people just waiting for that next leg up or waiting for that next news item. Maybe some people thinking it sells off on the next news item, which I don't know about that. But it's just really low volume considering this adjusted float, how many shares are out there, and I think. That's why, I mean, if there's news next week, that'd be something. But without news, I continue to think that it will be low volume. I think what is it, 5 days of sub $8 million. You know what I mean? And this was around the election. There was quite a bit of volatility going around here in the market. I didn't check relative volume across a whole bunch of stocks. I didn't do that. I should have before I make statements like that. But this strikes me as super, super low. I mean, to EO's point, I mean, it is a tight range. Price-wise, it was really around that. It was real. I mean, I don't know what to say. It was right around that box area. You know what I mean? It just was. It just doesn't always work out that way, but it was right there. And it just wasn't doing much. I mean, even if it was down here, it would have been. I kind of agree with you, EO. This is a tight range, and I think people are just hanging steady into the new consoles, through the election, kind of just seeing. Let's see what happens, and. Yeah, I think the election was just front of mind for so many folks, right? Things like a GameStop story maybe is a bit more discounted in a week like this. I'm very curious. Like I thought last Friday, I said this week was going to be important, specifically because of the technicals, but also how it holds up through the election, right? The market, and once these marginal Momo folks and maybe technical analysts piling on to that short-term chart because everything was looking bullish, you know what I mean? Once they sell out. It was a good time for GameStop to get crushed. You know what I mean? Like if you're really bearish on GameStop and you think that a lot of this stuff is bullshit, the stock could have just kept on falling these past couple of weeks. Instead, it about faced and went up through this week and never even took out those lows, right? I don't think it ever did, because that was last week. Yeah, it never did. You know what I mean? Like it could have happened and it didn't happen. And now what are we at? 5 weeks in a row in double digits. Every passing week that we are in double digits, it strengthens the bullishness of the chart. That's not to say that's not a forecast. That's not a forecast as to what GameStop stock is going to do. That's not how this stuff works. It's just probabilities. In the probability in this case continues to remain bullish for my style, right? Like I say, if you have a different style and you're like a day trader type, which is not my style. You may have sold out. You may have sold out when it broke through this trend line. I mean, now the chart's getting cut off, but when sentiment started turning a bit, got oversold. You know what I mean? You cut quicker. That's not my style. This stuff is noise to me. But for my style, I see this shit and I think, damn, it's holding up. It continues to look. I feel like I'm being objective in that take. As far as my style of analysis goes, this chart continues to look good to me. Borderline great as far as a longer term, right? But not perfect, right? All else equal, you want it to be making new all-time highs, right? That stuff goes without saying. But and that's not to say what the stock price is going to do next week or hereafter, but just the backward-looking stuff, which is what this is, and it in itself is marginal analysis. As I always say, my thesis is largely based on the fundamentals, the robustness of GameStop's legacy business for the next couple of years, plus the substantial turnaround if it ever succeeds in turning this stuff around, if it kicks ass in the omni-channel front and they start leveraging that data, blah 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 blah. We all know that stuff. That's where my big thesis comes in. But this marginal stuff, this incremental stuff, I pay attention to this stuff because I'm curious about those shorter term moves and how other people are thinking about that. And I don't know what to say. If people disagree with this, let me know. But every person or analyst I come across who does disagree with me, it seems as though they are those very shorter term folks who maybe are more momentum tilt, you know what I mean? They have that style or a much shorter term time horizon. That's just not mine. And So when I see that, I think, oh, okay, well, we don't even disagree because I don't even have a strong opinion about that stuff necessarily. So I don't even know how I started down that rant. You know what I mean? I don't remember, but I just think, all right, this is holding up okay. Well, how did I go down there? Oh, the movement and stuff. All right, yeah. That line kill. Oh, which line killed? Ah, damn. Hey, Dusty, welcome back, Dusty. Nice to see you, Dusty. Oh, Rod, did you look into that? So, Mike here, the question with the PR stuff, right, Rod? Okay, so Rod, did you look back to them announcing PR and stuff, right? We announced some stuff as Jordan was talking about in the last stream. What would that be? Would it just be some light stuff like, hey, the new consoles are here, we got new payment options, there's a GameStop credit card, become a part? Like, is it that type of stuff, Rod, or is there something more substantive, right? Because when we were talking about this on last stream with Jordan and Fox and you too, Rod, we were just talking through what would it consist of, because unless it's something more than that, I don't expect something crazy. But that said, even just any PR, which I would agree with, that you'd expect something next week, that it still gets the chatter going. You know what I mean? I think we'd all agree with that. But I'd still remain. That's what I mean. The difference between $12 and $15 is like, for my style, my time horizon, blah blah blah, is noise, right? And so I just think, I don't think you get anything above that 16, 17, which we've talked about a number of times, unless you get something more substantive. But that news next week itself could get to that $15, $16 range. That's not crazy to me. Yeah, okay, let me keep going. Hey, Henry, welcome. Happy Friday, Henry. Oh, shit. Okay. It popped on me, but I'm not that far behind. Sick. What time is it? 7:30. Who was it? Marzenchi was saying that. He's like, oh, who was? Yeah. Oh no, Musical Felony was saying that. When I'm caught up within a half hour, there's not as much shadow those days, right? It tends to be quieter. Yeah, I agree, Smash. Next week's gonna be real interesting. Solid price action today, leading into it. I thought. I mean, really, the past 2 weeks and next week. I mean, that goes for a lot of stocks, right? But specifically with GameStop, because that trend had been in track for so long, so how aggressively it got sold off, where it fell to, it only fell 30% for me. That's not that big of a deal for a stock like this. And then what it does today, does it follow through? Boom. And then what it does next week is key too, more so from that sentiment. And then if they drop news, then it's a different story, right? But more just that sentiment, that psychology aspect, right? Hey, Chris, all right. Cheers. Appreciate it. I remember I noticed. I don't think Trey was on the last stream, right? And there was way fewer likes, right? You can clearly see that stuff helps. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Recapture of the 21 EMA. That was resistance all week. Nice. So, I don't even check out the EMA thing. Also, if y'all check other stuff, let me know on the technicals. Like I say, for my style of analysis, it's marginal type stuff. But I'm always curious what other people use. I'll pop it up. So I'll pop up the 21 EMA right now. For me, Rod, what I was interested in was that the $12. I wanted that. I wanted to get back in the green box, like very clearly. Sorry, not $12, just back in the box, and we're back in the box. So that was it for me. And I saw what I think someone had said. This was a Jordan. I wanted to get above this green box too, which was right at that 1180 range. It did seem like it was acting like a little bit resistance. Boom. And then it went up and passed it for one 15-minute period right down the next. And it never could get above it. And then it got above. Now, talk about marginal. Now, good. Oh, my. Right? It's very little. But I was like, get over there. It did. We're 6 cents above it. Huh? But, 21 EMA. Let me see that. Well, let me just plot a new one. 21 EMA, huh? Wait a second. Exponential. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. Oh, it's not that bad. Hey, for this one's not that bad. Look at that. Oh, okay, I like that. See what we were talking about with Joe on the channel, right? Joe on the channel was talking about how that 5-week moving average. So I tossed that on the chart, right? 5-week weekly moving average. I thought that was holding up okay. And then this one looks interesting. Yeah, I like that. Okay, cool. Let me boil that down to a couple of days actually. Let me just do a couple of months. Kind of curious. All right, I'm always trying to to just test out some new things. Oh, I didn't mean 3 years. I meant 3 months. Boom. All right, I'll buy that. All right, Rod, sick. Okay, cool. The live short interest data Fridays has been wonky this week. Tipping. Oh, was that its usual pattern? I don't even know, Markel. So Markel saying Lisa didn't follow its usual pattern of rising throughout the week and dipping on Friday. Yeah, some people were talking about Thursdays too. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. Oh, Kazuya says Tuesday is the double whammy, Xbox release and short interest updates. Oh, that's right. I expect the shorts to keep at it for the short interest percenter. Oh, that's right. Is it Tuesday? What's Tuesday? Oh, the 12th? Yeah, that sounds about right? Or it's either Monday night or Tuesday. I forget. But that's true. Now, remember, I'm of the opinion, I forget if anyone agreed with me, maybe not, but when you see the uptick in the short interest, first of all, it's hard to say one way or the other, but I lean toward a little bit more short-term stuff, right? When your thesis is grounded in the fundamentals, this stuff is like, yeah, whatever, okay, so that's what they're doing. Then like I said, when you see crazy short interest, if what it does is it just increases the chances modestly that something crazy could happen, right? Now, it's already so high, these are only modest changes. But if we see it like 75, 80, I might be like, that's a little bit, that could be short-term bearish for them. But you know what I mean? Imagine layering on to that, but we'll have to see. I bet I wonder if Rod would agree with this. Y'all think it'll probably be in the ballpark of the same, right? If it's a couple million short or even a couple million more, I guess I'd be curious for the story. Do you know what I mean? If it's more, now that's what I'm in. Like we broke 70. That's I'm like, just for the story, that's pretty sick to see. And so now if we're a couple million below or a couple million above, I'd be curious about that. But I don't think the market like reacts in the same way that we're thinking about it. You know what I mean? We're the weirdos. We're the weirdos in how we might be perceiving that stuff. That's my point. Whereas other market participants may be viewing it differently than us. Just something to bear in mind. That's my opinion. Hey, Aqua. Welcome, Aqua. Welcome, Aqua Blade. Ooh, see, that's like a badass name, right? What's your name? Aqua Blade. Oh, shit. I don't know. Short float. Yeah, about 144%. Yeah. Yeah, the true float, right? I mean, the float of with all the volume you're seeing. Remember, there's as we've talked about, right? Oh, I'll let you probably answer that. There's way more shares being traded out there, right? Because of those shares that are shorted. Oh, okay. Salaryman asking about VWAP. That's a good question. I do not do that very often. I don't even know how to do it. Is it here? Oh, there it is. Yeah, let's do it. Wait, do I need to set a parameter for that? Oh, no, right? Because it's just using WAP instead of the price? Is it? Oh, I don't think I've ever charted WAP on here on stock charts. Maybe I guess I need a parameter, huh? Hey, what's up, Cody? Welcome. Happy Friday. Johan? Yeah, super saucy. Well, lately we have been just sticking to GameStop, right? Hey, CU is back and back early. Welcome back, CU. I mentioned you earlier. We were talking about the COVID risks and stuff, talking about how you were talking about that quite a bit. Happy to have you back. Did someone say GME? Hey, you heard us yelling from across the internet. All right. Kenny, man, welcome. Happy Friday. Yeah, okay. So Kazuya says, with how limited the info that reviewers were able to talk about, okay, I like this. There's going to be non-stop gaming coverage on this on the 12th and 14th. I expect some serious volatility. Nice. And that's the thing from our perspective. That's upward volatility. Right? I mean, because it's a bullish thing that's happening for a company like GameStop. And I know people would say, everyone's been saying this the whole time. Everyone knows the consoles are coming out. Everyone knows the consoles are coming out, right? That's true, but there's the question of whether or not it's adequately priced in for certain companies, most notably GameStop, and because of its heavy sentiment and so forth, I think not. And so something like that, even though people have known about it, they've just been discounting the business model for so long that if they catch up to it, I mean, I don't expect everyone to catch up to the story right off the bat. I don't mean that, but if you get a good chunk of people who finally realize, you know what I mean, what Steve Stonk's talking about in his gifs in the vid memes, you know what I mean. At the same time, these new consoles are coming out. You know what I mean? You can expect maybe the price to bounce on that, right? Because everyone's always talking about like whether something's bullish and bearish, but it's always in the context of where the price is trading relative to the expected free cash flows. And I think a lot of folks spend a lot of time arguing about other stuff, you know what I mean? Where at the end of the day, that's the variable that matters most, whether it's trading at a legitimate discount to fair value. Y'all know this. Okay. But that's a good point, Kazuya. I didn't know that either. I didn't know how limited they were so far to be talking about that. I wasn't aware. So, I mean, yeah, just another thing, even more talking. I mean, is that the case with every console cycle, you'd think? But all the info from reviews is genuine, extreme positivity. All right, that's good to hear. That's sick. Yeah, as we all know, it's going to be the biggest console release ever for these two consoles. It's going to be huge. And that's what I mean. It's terrific that a company like GameStop, who thrives in these early quarters and early years, industry-leading attachment rates and so forth. Oh, let me pull it up, kid. I mean, I feel like it's been a couple streams since I brought this up. I bring this shit up again. I actually want to bring this one up. You see this one? Let me bring this shit down. Now, look at this. Look at this. Okay, so this is what I was going to show right here. More games sold per console than any other retailer. Market-leading share of games during AAA release windows and for all products across each route. 22 billion in the last cycle. You know what I mean? 22 billion over the whole cycle, right? That's it's just huge. Preferred distributor for publishers and console makers, and some people will say, well, this is a bit backward looking, which is fine, but I just mean we're here, and a lot of this stuff I believe is still remains accurate in 2020. GameStop's accessory attach rate is significantly higher than the rest of the market. You know what I mean? Exclusive products and bundles, differentiated buy, sell, trade. Right, that's just their trade-in business, right? Market share leader in pre-orders. Distributed sales force, so you might you might have some folks who are trying to figure out which should they buy. I know a lot of people already have consoles, right? And if you're a hardcore gamer, this is ridiculous to even think about. But there are still people out there who'd be like, well, should I get the Xbox or should I get the PlayStation? In between of those, should I get the digital? Should I get the physical? You know what I mean? There's people to educate you on that stuff, and there are sales forces and other retailers as well, right? But GameStop is the go-to. That GameStop is the only one dedicated to gaming. I think a lot of folks might just naturally flock to a store like that, right? And we're here, and so GameStop is set up to succeed here. That's not to say it's all perfect roses, right? Like the announcement that they're not going to sell the consoles in store, or was that is that what, did I hear that right? They're not going to sell the consoles in store on the day it's released. That's not great news, right? For a GameStop, it's always better to have the foot traffic in the store, right? But that's not like game-changing bearish news, right? It would be game-changing bearish news if GameStop couldn't remain open or whatever, right? And that's not even to say that the thesis wouldn't still be intact, because I think maybe they've built out their online business so much that they still might do okay. That's you know what I mean? That's a bit hairier, but like if it's one day or something, or even if it's a week or something, it's just not as big of a deal. But it's still all else equal. They don't. But that's the thing. If GameStop's a relative beneficiary of that relative to other retailers, I'm not so sure. The analysis gets tough. Okay. See you. Can we mention MGI though? Oh boy. Here we go. See you. Okay, in the fives. We cannot see you. We cannot even mention it. Nope. So, you were asking Super Saucy because he said that. Oh, my bad. Oh, damn. It's the Steve Stunk squeeze. That's right. Don't forget about the Steve Stunk squeeze. Yo, Steve Stunk. Yeah, that's right. You had that. You already had that going. Yeah, right. People have been gaming so long they forget kids keep being born. Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, okay. So thank you for that clarification. So Rod clarifies, saying the attach rate on games is 3 times general merchandisers and 2 times on accessories per Investor Relations a few weeks ago, and Rod had shared some of his communications, and that's huge. So no shit. So he's talking about this significant, right? Significantly higher. Publishers like to see this, console makers like to see this, and GameStop investors like to see that. You know what I mean? That's a big part of the appeal of the legacy business. Yeah. What else we got? Okay. Yep. And her family trying to figure out what to buy, right? I know people, maybe some people just discount that because it's not a problem for many people who are maybe tracking some of the hardcore gaming news, but there are real people out there who do that, right? Maybe that goes without saying, but I think it's just important to remember for a company like GameStop. I mean, I imagine, that's what I mean. I included in one of my GameStop videos that mind share aspect. I imagine if you ask a lot of folks, like, what matters is where you end up shopping, right? It's not so much the mind share, but it can be an important indication as to what people are thinking about. I think a lot of people still default to GameStop as the gaming store that you might go to pick up stuff. That's not to say everybody. Lots of people buy their stuff elsewhere, Best Buy, Walmart, Amazon and stuff. I'm not saying that, but I think for a good chunk of folks, that was what I included in that video. It was something crazy, the mind share that GameStop still had. You know what I mean? It's crazy the mind share they still had juxtaposed with the people kind of shitting on the business model and stuff. You know what I mean? But that's what I think. I always felt that the people who were loudest about GameStop's secular risks weren't the people. You know what I mean? Like, I think there was this. I continue to think there's a disconnect there. I'll keep going. I'm almost caught up. So you appreciate everybody for the yeah. And old gamers return as well. That's what we've been talking about. Multi-generational. This is multi-generational. We've reached that point. It's no longer just a certain. It's not a niche thing, right? Most folks know this now, but it's just in comparing it to past console cycles. Oh, I saw. That's right. Who was it? Daly was talking about this. Were more folks buying into GME? Let's see this, Daly. I assume it was not that big of a deal, though. That's what I'll say, because I think they were smaller positions. You know what I mean? Here's all the updated. So I just went to Whale Wisdom, and the updated right there. So this is as of November 6th. So you're going to see some funds who are reporting, but not many shares. Like, this stuff is... Oh, BlackRock. Oh, BlackRock out 2.6. All right, that one wasn't nothing. There you go. Oh, shit. Okay. Hey, cheers, Daily, huh? Check this out. BlackRock, they're down to 8.6 million shares. Hey, Rod, check that out, huh? You see that? They closed out at 2.6 million. BlackRock owns 13% of the shares outstanding as of September 30th. Interesting. So there was an extra 2.6 going out there. Oh, thank you, Super Sansi, saying they're the largest ETF fund holder. All right, let me just check that for a sec. Oh, whoa. So Wells Fargo got some too. They got Wells Fargo got almost 600K. Not a huge amount, but 1% of the shares outstanding. Okay, the BlackRock one's interesting. I mean, that's a good chunk. I mean, I don't care to look. Oh yeah, no, I know it's passive, but more in the context of how the lendable shares and stuff, and any like float type calculations, and when one of the biggest shareholders, whether it's passive or active in my mind. I mean, more so if it's active, right? Naturally. But even if you're a passive shareholder, if you owned over 10% of the company, right, and you close out, was it about 25% of the position? That's noteworthy for me, roughly. Wells Fargo. Not much else. Not much else. All right. Yeah, Wells Fargo. Yeah, but so Wells Fargo is such a huge bank. You know what I mean? Such a huge bank. That's like I discount it, right? I'm more curious about like strategic hedge funds if they were gonna do it, but like the big huge banks and type stuff, they don't even register with me. And that's the thing. So BlackRock sells out. This could that just mean it could be passively managed. It's not it's 1%. It's not nothing, but oh, Otter Driver. Welcome, Otter Driver. Stood in line outside of GameStop for the midnight release of Halo. All right, cheers, Otter. This is sick. Cheers, mate. Huh? When was that? I missed that. That's awesome. I know, Super Saucy. Thank you, Super Saucy. I'm keeping up with the chat tonight. Yes. I had some help, Super Saucy, by way of a quiet price action week, right? No one's paying attention. Shh. That allows me to stay caught up. You know what I mean? Next week, let's hope that I can't. You know what I mean? Because that would probably be good news, right? Yeah, 1% though. But like I said, I think they're kind of. I'm pretty sure BlackRock is IJR. Oh, the ETF. Oh, is that the ETF? The ETF IJR, yeah. Okay. The small cap ETF, yeah, okay. Which is interesting because if that's the case, if let's say it's a good chunk, Super Saucy, how come they would be? Because if they're rebalancing and it's eating up a bigger chunk, right? So it comes down to what their methodology is, and I forget what it is. I don't even remember if I looked it up. Maybe I didn't. Oh, IGR got crushed. Well, oh, right here. Oh, okay. Plus, but GameStop stock price was up. Who knows what their rebalancing methodology is? 33% of its value. Well, Super Saucy. That was as of September 30th. GameStop didn't lose 33% of its value in September. GameStop was up in September. Right? Oh, wait. Wait, when was this? Oh, wait, when was this of? Oh, it's November. No, it's November 30th. Yeah, it's November 30th. Yeah, buying on the. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean. Some of these buy more on the way up, and some might buy down. That's why that methodology matters. It doesn't matter too much to me. I don't. That's the first thing I think of. I say, oh, well, based on what the price action was doing, do they buy more, buy less? Just depends. Evening, David. Welcome. Happy Friday. Happy weekend is upon us. Oh, that was like 20 years. Oh, the original Halo. Oh, my God. Otter Driver. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh. Did you say the original release? The midnight release of Halo. I thought there was a new Halo game. I'm like, what? I didn't know there was a new Halo game. It's coming out the week before new consoles? My bad, Otter. My bad. Hugo. I blame this. Hugo, right? I blame this. Okay. Halo, I know, right? Back in the day. Yeah, oh, that's the other thing we get next week too, right, Rod? That's right. We're gonna get all the updated 13Fs. Excuse me, 13. Yeah, 13Fs. 13Fs, right? Yeah. It's just it's handled differently for mutual funds and funds like Scion. That's right. We'll get that next week too. That's right. But the risk is to the downside. With specifically with Scion, I would argue the risk is to the downside because he didn't if he added unless he added this week, which he could have. You know what I mean? That would have been a strategic add, but I doubt that. But otherwise, he probably would have gone from, what would he have, 2.75 million shares. He would have only sold because if he added, then he would have triggered an update. He would have triggered a new 13D or new 13G filing. So unless he just did it last week or this week, which, yeah. I see Scion as a holder, slight sell. That's what I think, Super Saucy. He's a pretty astute trader, so I bet he trimmed. I wouldn't be surprised if he trimmed 20% up in this. Not so much nailing the top, although knowing him, maybe he did. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a 20% haircut. Maybe more. And then the question is, how does the market perceive that? But quite frankly, at this point, the way that sentiment has remained so bearish, I wonder how if the market will care. But that said, the headline would be Bari trims GameStop stake. That would be the headline. So something to consider. Same thing will get updated from Senvest, which will only be a week or something, right? No, it won't, we won't have an update from Senvest. Because wasn't that, when was that, October? Yeah, was it October 13th? Is that Senvest? Yeah, so we won't get an updated one from Senvest because it won't even be on their 13F. It will only be, we'll see Scion, we'll see, well, no, not even Hestia. Oh, we'll see, no, that's it. Anyone else? Just the funds, just FMR. Oh, well, through the 30th, we'll see FMR, we'll see Vanguard, we'll see Dimensional, the passive. Well, I'm not so sure how much of the, we were talking about how some of Fidelity we think was actively managed, but even still, it would only be through the 30th, and then we won't get one from Foss, we won't get one from Must. I suppose we'd get one from Melvin. That's really, and then State Street, Paradise, like those types, right? But not as big. So it's Scion. Scion's the big one. I kind of forgot that. Yeah, Barry's in the day taking profits. That's right. So that's the thing, Super Saucy. So that Super Saucy, I was talking about that a while ago. How Barry was a buyer. Barry was a buyer at the at a higher market cap than what it was trading at, and he was a buyer, and like I believe I looked this up, and now I forget again. Either late 2018, definitely early 2019. He owned it at the end of Q1. Then he sold. He owned it at the end of Q1, definitely. Then he sold it. He sold out of it by June 30th of 2019. I don't know if it was before or after they cut the dividend. Who knows? He was probably waiting for the stock to bottom. He might have got caught. He might have got caught in it, and then he had to wait for the stock to bottom. That was my guess at the time. I think as soon as that happened, it's possible he sold before then. What happened? There was a new CEO. No, you know what could have happened was no, because he owned it March 31st. He owned it March 31st. I'm pretty sure, and that was after the buyout rumors. It was after we knew Sherman was gonna join. So I figured that he had got caught here and then just cut. Maybe he had a stop loss or whatever. Just cut it. You know what I mean? That's such a huge sell-off. You need to just get out and then just reassess. And then he didn't own it June 30th. Right there. He didn't own it in the $5 range. And then it went boom, 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 boom. Then he bought back in. But that's the thing. I agree, Super Sauce. You know what I mean? If I wasn't talking about it, were other people talking about this? Maybe we talk about it on the stream. Him and other folks were buyers well above what that market cap was. That's why we're talking about how the market cap is barely above. It's below where it was when Sherman took over. When Sherman took over back here, this was a higher market cap than it is right now. It's like kind of ridiculous. For my thesis that's the case. But again, if you have a super bearish outlook because secularism, blah blah blah, okay. But as far as I'm concerned, they've done such hard work to turn their shit around since 2019, and now the new consoles are here. It's kind of it's a little bit surprising to me. It was crazy surprising to me that we were in August or July rather. Even in August, I could have sworn we were low 4. We were. I was like, what the hell? But and even this is surprising. I know it's up 3x, but as far as my analysis goes, that ain't shit. So he saw value above that at the time. That's right, Super Saucy. He did. He saw value at that at the time. But maybe he's reassessed. Also, relative opportunities. It could be relative to what's out there now, but maybe it's not as attractive. That said, the thing about Scion was GameStop was their top stock position, and I always thought that was a little bit of a tell in the conviction to a degree, especially in Q2 2020. You know what I mean? In Q2 of all stocks, that's because of the downside protection. It's as simple as that. That was why GameStop was his top stock position. You know what I mean? Like, this speaks to his confidence in it. That's why I always thought I don't think he was going to get a quick sellout after $8 or $9. But a big reason for this was not so much the moonshot opportunity, it was more how strongly he felt that we were very close to a bottom and he wasn't going to lose the capital. But it also, I felt, spoke to some of his upside conviction. You know what I mean? So So we'll see. But I thanks for bringing that up again, Super Sassy. It's a great point that he was buying above this current market cap. So was Hestia. So was I mean, those are the two prominent ones at this point. And now we know Senvest was a buyer into 9, Ryan Cohen a buyer into 8. That was the other thing with these charts. Is I see technical support for my style, right? I see quite a bit. I mean, it broke that trend line there, right? But if it recaptures it, that would be good. And you get the support of the technical support, right? There's just these price levels right around. I mean, look at it. It's kind of working out that way, right? I don't split hairs. I don't split hairs between this area, right? But you also have support from buyers by way of Senvest in the 9s, Ryan Cohen in the 8s. Like the market, technical analysts maybe don't, but like the market will remember that type of stuff. So you have quite a bit of support. That was why I was saying last week, and that's not a recommendation, right? This channel is educational in nature, but that was what I was saying last week and even earlier this week. When that price is at that $10 range, generally speaking, right? Don't even just think about GameStop. Think about this being any stock. Think about this being any stock with a chart that looks like this. You would be potentially adding to the position when you pull back down to this lower side of the box, when you pull back to those trend lines, when it maybe falls back to that 50 RSI. Maybe in theory, you sell some puts. You know what I mean? Those are the times to do that type of the stuff because not always. These are all probabilities, but you have a little bit more support. That downside risk is a little bit more stronger than when we were trading at 15. That's like objective analysis. We can disagree on the styles that you may implement. Like if you're a day trader, you're going to view this differently than I do. But that's what Barry does. You know what I mean? You're opportunistically adding to a position, trimming a position. This is how I feel technical analysis can help because on the value front, it's really hard. On sheer value, it was really tough for me to do that, and I feel as though the charts help a bit. I'm still testing them. You know what I mean? I'm like, let's see if this actually works. You know what I mean? But if it works out from here, if like 1050 is the low, this is another proof that it has kind of worked out again. And also something to bear in mind, as many folks here know, the chart gets even, like I think I already said this, the chart gets even more bullish, not just as time passes, as you remain in double digits, as you remain at this elevated range, because now the market is like accepting this is the new level, but also you retesting, you pull back to these support levels, and then when you bounce, if you're at 15 again and you're at 16 again, it's more meaningful to market participants looking at the charts. I feel like I spent a lot of time talking about the charts when my real thesis is the fundamentals, but I guess there's not much else to talk about, right? Oh, you see that the TikTok thing I posted is like I'm running out of stuff to talk about, but this is the type of marginal analysis I do at this time, especially if I don't know. All right, I'm going on a rant now. I just have as time passes, I have more rounded out thinking when it comes to the chart. So I like to share them too, because call me out if you disagree or if I'm viewing something differently. I don't even know if this is. It's becoming more a hill that I might be willing to die on, but not yet. It always comes down to the fundamentals for me. But when people disagree, like Rod wasn't disagreeing. Rod just said, hey, the 21 EMA. I'm like, oh yeah, let me check that out. I don't usually use stuff like that, but maybe I'll test it out later. That 5-week weekly moving average too, that look kind of interesting. Oh, I fell a little bit behind. Okay. Oh, so okay. So this was probably answered. So I'm gonna keep skipping. Yeah, maybe they sold out, started a short. Right, here you go. Doubtful, right? But waiting for guidance for the next quarter during December ER. You might not get it, David. I don't think that you'll. My guess is that they don't provide it for what that's worth. If they do, it could be super bullish. If they do, it could be crazy bullish. You know what I mean? Like if it's a strong forecast. I think it was August 16th, 2019 that he added. Wait, where you coming from, Rod? Are you thinking of his letter? You're thinking of his letter. That wasn't necessarily when he added. Or reinitiated, sorry. Maybe you mean added. Because we did see, there, if I recall correctly, between a couple of letters, there was an increase in the number of shares Scion held. I was thinking reinitiation, because he was out June 30th. Wait, 30% profit. What do you, we don't know what his cost basis is quite a bit lower than that. Yeah. Oh, I doubt it too, Super Saucy. I doubt that it would be a complete outright sale too. If you do a Google search of Michael Burry and I think it was Bloomberg. It was either the Bloomberg article or another one. Look it up. Look up those GameStop articles from August and September of 2019. I believe the language he used, or was it in his letter? He said something that there's like tremendous or significant upside, or that shares deserve to trade significantly higher or something. And at the time, when he first wrote his letters, it was sub 4, right, which was crazy. But at the time the article came out, no, because it may have been in August. But Google that. I kind of forget. But he used language that suggested that the price could be quite a bit higher. Now, one could say, well, 15 is quite a bit higher than 5. Okay. We don't know exactly what he meant, but that's fair. We can talk about that. Oh, thanks. So Rod clarifies Cohen's last buy, 160,000 shares, which was a small percentage of his position. But nonetheless, we were talking on the stream how it could have just been that, like it was like a sending a message like I'm willing to buy up to $8. I don't know enough about that to, you know what I mean? Like, because he came in, I thought maybe it also could be he was waiting for earnings, you know what I mean? But it was such a small ad. But 867. Oh, I don't remember. I can 13D amended. 863. Do we give it to Rod? What do you say? Oh, Rod. Sorry, can't give it to you. Can't give it to you, bud. No dice. Jorge gonna press me on every stream. Jorge, I don't have a Monday price target. Oh, I fell a little bit behind. Okay. Trading. Yeah. Talking about, okay. Looking for 30, yeah. So Super thinks they're gonna blow out Q4. Interesting. Which of course we're away. So when would Q4 be? Maybe late March, early April, likely. Well, that's the thing, Super Saucy. It could be. The question will be the question will be what will the price level be? Where will GameStop be at by the time they announce Q4? It could be that a blowout is priced in. You know, as I know Super Saucy knows that, but like that's the big question. Like I agree. I don't know about blowout, but I agree. I think I'm not even specifically care about Q4. But I guess it starts with Q4. But I think they're going to outperform. Right now, they're going to outperform current expectations. I feel strongly about that. What's priced in right now? I mean, that's what I mean. My thesis is I am wrong. If they don't outperform the expectations that are currently baked into the stock price, my thesis is broken. But that's the only way to break my thesis right now. It's not going to be the chart. It's not going to be breaking below 10. That's I just have to accept we're at a new level per se. That's shorter term outlook type stuff. But at this point, now that the new consoles are upon us, they did a good job getting enough cash, having enough capital to get there, to play, to have their e-commerce revamped and everything like that. Now, the only way I can be broken is by underperforming Q4, Q1, Q2. And because I don't think that's the case. Like I feel strongly that it's going to outperform what's priced in right now. But maybe the stock price rises by the time we get to that point. In which case, now it's a little bit tougher to analyze what is priced in. But so I think I'm with you at a high level, Super Saucy. That right now I think they're gonna outperform. But we'll see what the stock price does in the meantime. You know what I mean? Yeah, Q3. I mean, a lot of people ask about Q3, right? I gotta see what the charts looking like and the price action right now at the current. What's the current market gap? 772. Oh, remember weren't we just at 700? So like there was a nothing week with no volume, and we're at $12. You know what I mean? But like we were talking about 10, now we're at 12, and nothing happened, and there's no volume. That's that range. It'd be at 14, 15, and like there's no reason to take victory laps in my mind. We were just there a couple weeks ago, but we're at 8. Where did it close? After hours. Oh, 12. Hold. Oh. What? How many? What's volume? $30,000 shares. Nada. Steve's got good feelings about Q3. I think Rod does too. Rod's been talking about that. Just from e-commerce. Yeah, that's the thing. So we expect e-commerce to continue to crank. Right, some pre-order stuff. Yep. And that's the thing is that, so some stuff might be impacting that, but it's fine. I think the top line will be good, but totally unsure about bottom line. That's the thing. So one additional thing for everyone to bear in mind is, I suppose it has already begun to kick in, but perhaps Q3 is where it starts because this is when pre-orders kick off and gaming is front of mind for folks again. Maybe people picking up stuff in anticipation of the console being released. But what I'm going to get at is this. I've said this many times. I apologize, but all the cost-cutting initiatives that they did, that very unsexy stuff that they've been working on for the past 12 months, and did not impress the market whatsoever. For somewhat justified reasons, right? Because the bearish folks are betting on secular decline, and them doing cost-cutting stuff doesn't change that. It maybe extends their life a bit, but it doesn't change that. And now it's important to remember that it just flows right through. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna have outsized gains. I think this is part of the reason I think they're gonna outperform expectations is because those cost-cutting that the market kind of stuck its nose up at all this whole time it's going to come. You're going to see the impact of it. Perhaps it starts with Q3, but Q4, Q1, and I think the market is going to be surprised by that, especially on this free cash flow front. We'll see. That we're even where we are, still a little bit surprised. More time passes and we're still in that $700 million range. I'm like, wow, all right, market still hasn't really bought into this, not yet, and it may take quarters for it to buy in. Make no mistake, but. Yeah, we'll see. So that cost-cutting stuff, why did I just think about that? Oh, the bottom line type stuff. So something to bear in mind, Super Saucy, is just that, excuse me, I don't know either, but I think we're going to reap the benefits of all that stuff, and we're actually going to see it. It's been helping along the way. I don't mean that, but I just mean now it's going to be right in people's faces because that top line is going to be inflated relative to where it was earlier in the year. Q3 a bit above. Q4 we blow through. That's the thing. If they come out Q3 and they offer guidance, I can't imagine them doing it. You know what I mean? Based on what I've seen this whole year, like that would. I talk about stuff that a management team will do that kind of surprises me. Like that would. It's not as crazy as buybacks, but that would surprise me, right? They seem like, of course, we're not giving you guidance. Get out of here. And you can't even blame them, right? It's just such a crazy. It's just such a crazy quarter going on here. They'll unless maybe they do, right? If they expect like a really gangbusters quarter, right? I doubt it. Oh, yeah. So sorry, you just reminded me of James Wang posted model of a break-even scenario. Oh, I didn't see that, but I did have some stuff. Oh, this is where I got raw. Oh, I got some stuff like, did I open anything up? I didn't open it up. Let me close out some shit. Sorry. Even I got my limits as to how many tabs I can have open. I got that link. I got Rod stuff. I got, oh yeah, that was funny. Oh shit, that was funny. Hey, how's the research coming along? Um, Jordan. Oh shit, that was funny. Oh, this was from this one. This was from James. Oh, this is what I liked. Didn't I have what I tweeted? I retweeted something. Well, let me just keep going. Okay, so CVC was picking up too. We were talking about kind of the stuff that Rod was uncovering on some of the customer data targeted ads, right? That's big. Like that's the thing. Now I'm like, maybe there's no announcement. There could be. I don't know how this industry works, but maybe it's going to be talked about in the quarterly earnings release. CVC was talking about that stuff. What the hell? Yeah. Oh, that's. What am I doing? I tweeted it. I tweeted it. Nintendo. This is me talking about, I think the market was discounting the Nintendo impact. What the hell was it? Didn't I just... Oh, yeah. Did you see that GameStop song? That was sick. Okay. No, where's James Wang? Did I not read? I could have sworn I just retweeted this. Oh, I said I was gonna, and I didn't do it. I meant to. Damn, I forgot. I retweeted this stuff out. I retweeted that. Oh, you can't even see the damn... I retweeted this stuff out. Okay. But you mentioned James Wang. That reminded me of it. We were talking about this in September. The impact that. Wait, can I track that down? I want to bring this up. Let me get this. So we talked about this back in September 15th. And I just brought this up last stream. That's right. I already brought this up last stream. But James Wade was talking about this just to tag along this affiliate marketing type stuff. And James Wade was saying, if done right, it should account for 10 to 25% of an e-commerce site's total revenues. What does this mean for GME? If done right, it should account for 10 to 20. It's right for an uptick of 10 to 25% long term. Also, this note from Jeffries is telling that GME is scalable. So stuff's happening this quarter. Why the hell did I go down this path? Just because you mentioned James Wang? All right, so I guess that's what you were going with that, Steve. But worth bringing up again, even though that thing's blocking it. That's the thing for large institutions to get involved. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know who you mean, but like for like I talk about major institutions to get involved. You know what I mean? With a company like GameStop, I mean they got some. As long as they still have that debt, that kind of hinders things. Not too much, but maybe more. And then the market cap and stuff. But most importantly, is those secular risks and stuff. I think I'm talking about major institutions here. Things like endowments and stuff, and major asset managers, gigantic firms. They need to be convinced that GameStop is actually they're going to replace some of those declining software sales. That they need to be like, that takes time, I think, I don't know. It's not to say that's whether what happens with the stock price in the short term. I just think to get the nod of approval from like gigantic firms, they need to see more from GameStop. Right now, I keep on talking about what management's talking about, but they might need not even just see results. They might need more like Microsoft type news type partnership type stuff, because if you're those firms, you haven't seen enough yet. That's understandable. Really strict criteria, conservative type criteria. That's what I'm getting at. With the completely consumer-facing business, they will have a very accurate read on sales via alternative data. All right, I could see that. That's right. I agree with Rod. Talking to Steve. Oh, welcome, Steve Mazzini, huh? Steve Mazzini. Just cheers. Happy Friday, mate, huh? Most of the conclusions seem to be the simplest. They are fully convicted that GameStop is being digitally disintermediated and cannot survive. Boom. That's it. I agree with Rod. That's the only way you get to that level of short. And the only other thing that I would tag along, and I know Rod would agree with this, I'm sure we've even talked about it, is they have a tell. And the tell is the stock price got well, we've talked about this already, sorry. The stock price got to 3, got up to below 4, then it got up to below 3, and it has been a heavy short, 50 million plus short interest this whole time. Then they didn't close. And they didn't close, why? Because of what Rod just said, they were betting on a 0. And that's it. So because you know they're betting on a 0, you know what Rod is saying, it very likely has to be true. They're fully, or if not 100% convinced, they're 90% convinced that GameStop is being digitally disintermediated, right? That is definitely going to happen. Maybe there's a little bit question on the timing and stuff, and it cannot survive. I agree with that. Maybe, and I just mean, again, maybe not 100%, not that Rod's saying that, but they're not 100% sure enough, but they're very, very high conviction that that's the case. And a big part of that for me is that they didn't close out on this, on these major sell. I mean, the stock price was down. Look at this. Look at this. We had that historical short interest. Can I pull that up quick? Oh, can I track that down quickly? I don't know. What did I do? Did I like it? I liked it. Come on. Oh, I don't think it goes back that far, though. Shit. That's it. How far back that go? Oh, you got it. Thank you, Rod. You the man, Rod. You the man, Rod. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, we got the stock price right here? Or is that market cap? Share pricing. Sick. So I wanted to say... Okay, so the short interest got scaled back a bit in early 2017. You can see it fall to about just over 20. It never got below 20 million, which was about 1/5 of GameStop shares outstanding roughly in 2017. About. But then they look at the major short interest, 30 million plus, 50 million plus this whole time. Ever since they announced the dividend cut, 50 million plus, right? And then look what the stock price did. Boom, in the gutter. Never closed. Never even trimmed significantly. They trimmed a bit in April, right? Because of what was going on, the vote and everything like that. But it never got crazy. And now I, you know what I mean? Like, I know. I mean, I know y'all know, but what am I trying to? I think the thesis is. I think it's wrong. I mean, I think, and I think that they'll have to close. Because that thesis, I feel confident that they felt confident of what Rod just said, and because of that, I think they'll have to close because that thesis is broken. The question is, how much do they have? That's why people betting on short squeeze, you're betting on that they suddenly have to close overnight, and I think that's a risky proposition. It could be that the stock price is only rising gradually as fundamentals gradually imperform. GameStop gradually mentions digital partnerships. You know what I mean? That maybe it's not an overnight thing, that it gradually unfolds over quarters, over years, in which case they can close out over time, and then nothing crazy happens. You know what I mean? But my thing is, they're going to have to close because I feel as though that bet that wasn't closed is wrong. And I think that it has to be closed at some point. The question is just at what price, at what speed. But I think the base case has to be a gradual unwind. It has to be the base case. If you disagree with that, you got to let me know why. Why? Because I think, you know what I mean? Because Rod, and I think Rod would agree with this, because of what you just said is true. How does that change overnight? How does that change in a couple of days? How does that change in 1 week? You need more than a Microsoft type thing to drop. Not for you and I thesis. You and I have already talked about how terminal value is very likely like quite a bit higher than 0 because of just the Microsoft partnership. But you got to put yourself in their shoes, and they think, yeah, okay. Well, it's not. We don't have the figures. We've already seen this argument, right? We don't have the figures. We don't know the specifics. How is it really to perpetuity? Blah blah blah. They'll keep on viewing it that way. And so it's just going to take more, or maybe it's either more material. I don't want to keep saying partnerships, but other types of announcements that suggest that they are here to stay. But otherwise, it's just fundamental performance, and that just takes time. All right, now I'm going to be behind, but if y'all have thoughts on that, I'm very curious to see. Okay, so Rod, you may have already. So Rod added, until proven otherwise, they, like the perma bears among the sell side, will remain short. That's I tend to agree with that, unless they have a reason. Publishers and hardware earnings beats. I find it hard to believe GME is the only loser in the gaming sector. Well, okay, stock price wise. For gaming, I mean, gaming has been a big winner for the past 2 quarters. 2 quarters? 2 quarters. And GameStop sold off after every one. I don't know what the other companies did, though, so to be fair. That's true. So David and we've said this on the stream too, how he wanted to stay below that 10% threshold, didn't want to telegraph future moves. That's the thing. I don't think that these things should be base cases, especially with like a Scion taking more than 5%. I think most of us would agree, unlikely. But like a Cohen, we still don't, he hasn't talked about the position, and we don't know his full intent. I know everyone runs with that Amazon thing that was in Bloomberg. I don't fully buy that angle. I want to hear what he has to say about this shit. And where I'm going with this is maybe he intends to take 20% of the company. You know what I mean? Like and if he does, to your point, David, maybe it makes sense to play it quiet. And then or just see what the stock price does, or maybe watch another quarterly earnings and see what happens. Who knows? But I don't think that was his. He won't want to. I mean, it might be part of his reason. I don't think it was necessarily his main reason. You know what I mean? I think base case would be he doesn't go above the 10% level. Personally, that's my take. If you think he is going to go above, you'd have to make your case. You know what I mean? Not that you're saying that, David. I agree with what you said about staying below the 10%, blah, blah, blah. But I say, like, if you think that if one thought that he was going to go above 10%, you need to make your case. And I don't think anyone has a particularly compelling one at this time. I'd be curious to hear it, though. Absolutely. Like they were asleep at the wheel when they could close. Yeah, so I agree, Steve. It kind of feels like they kind of got, to a degree, got a little bit caught off sides. That's how I feel. It happened so quick. This is the 5-week moving average. That's the 5-week moving average that you see there. Boom, 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 boom. And it never really settled down. And that's not to say, again, if they're grounded in the fundamentals, maybe they don't care as much what the price is doing. I think that's not totally true. If this price is at 30, 40, 50 bucks, I think that that's what I mean. I feel strongly that if that price starts running, even if it's not completely, totally clear that and that's not necessarily the base case that that's going to happen. I'm not saying that, but I think people can get shaken out of positions no matter how strong your longer term conviction is. I think at some point, just from a risk management standpoint, they have to. But yeah, so maybe they just didn't. And I don't even know if that. So Steve, I was thinking that too. Maybe they just the level of short interest, right? It blows my. I can't understand it. Given my fundamental analysis of the situation, but it might be that they kind of are what Rod was talking about. They continue to believe that even though we're at 12 and not 4, that their thesis is still fully intact, and they're not all that nervous. To not close out went up 80% plus on a multi. Well, that's the thing. Were they the same shorts the whole time? I don't know, but that's the thing. If to not close out at that time when you're at 2s and 3s, it's a tell. It's a tell. You know what? They kind of gave away. They kind of gave away their hand a little bit. Not that that's, you know what I mean. Like, we're betting on the fundamentals. I mean, we joke about the robots and stuff, right? I mean, how beep beep boop 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 beep. But it's like as the fundamentals play out, then that's the case. But as far as I think about people on the other side of the trade, because I'm trying to question my own position, and I think, I kind of know, I kind of feel confident about what was going through their mind. I think it could also be different shorts this whole time. I don't know. It's just largely guesswork on my. I have no choice but to guess. No, I think it would be. It had this is a $1 billion short position at this point. Even if across a couple of firms, you'd have to think that they're bigger firms. It has to be. I think. I can't say has to be. My guesswork is that it has to be, but I don't know. All right, Rod. Well, we'll be keeping an eye out for that. A case study? Sick! Yeah, Sam Burry's short. Yeah, I ain't short. I remain bullish, and I keep on saying the setup is as bullish as it's ever been. Yes, even arguably even more so after the pullback. You know what I mean? From a sheer discount level, obviously it's not as cheap as it used to be. But what you have in lieu of that is a bullish chart, which maybe for some people they don't give a shit about that. I understand that. You have the consoles here. It's next week. We have the strength of GameStop's balance sheet going into that. Like, we know GameStop is, but like, we have more information than we did. We know Ryan Cohen got involved. We know Senvest got like a new long up through the nines. You know what I mean? Like, there's a trade-off. It's not quite as cheap as it used to be, but you have other characteristics that there's stuff to like. You know what I mean? It gets tough to compare the two, but I just mean setup remains bullish. Oh no, they have an effect? Oh no, they have an effect on me, Hugo? Oh no. Jimmy's doing that 1-2 step. I love you when you 1-2 step. I know CU knows that song, no doubt. I love you when you 1-2 step. Hey CU, if you know it, let's see if you say the artist. Maybe I'm behind right now, but I know CU knows. Ah, crap. How far behind? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, not too bad. Definitely a little bit behind. Let me go. Musical, yeah. That's another case study of to make a movie. Hey, and cameos from Roaring Kitty. Yeah, cameos from all of us, huh? We'll get the Roaring Kitty chat in there, you know? Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah. Hey, well, that's the thing. If something goes crazy, wouldn't that be a riot, huh? And we've all been talking about this stuff. That would be crazy if something happened. Again, not the base case, but if there was ever, well, if you saw my my Alien movie poster, the Infinity Squeeze type thing. Again, not the base case, but you gotta have some fun with that shit, right? But if any of that shit happened, then I mean, we would talk about case study. Then it's like solidified that this is a crazy case study. And even I don't even understand it right now in real time, right? But hopefully, if someone does write about it, I hope they can educate me on what the hell is going on with some of this stuff. That could be Hugo. It could be smaller funds, but I think the sheer size of it, there would just be so many funds. Could be though, Hugo. You're right. First of all, that I don't know that it's big funds. I just think this $1 billion. And for so many funds to have that level of conviction in a thesis that I think is wrong, it totally could be, Hugo, but I lean the other way. Okay, good point, Super Saucy. My point is Super Saucy clarifying the point about not knowing the 3Q bottom line is the company is 100% gearing for the console release. As a result, the numbers may look bad from an accounting perspective as they spend money early. Fair point. Wouldn't even disagree with that, right? I don't even have strong opinions on Q3. I know we have some certain things that may look kind of good, but to your point, Supersat, we've been seeing this throughout the past couple quarters where cash flow has been holding up there okay, but large losses on the earnings front, and so I'm more trying to, which is difficult analysis. How is the market going to react to whatever news we receive? That's what I try to think. To prep and ensure a good Q4. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Like, I think they have their money on the long term. You know what I mean? I think they're. I think they were okay with the stock price doing this. I think they just didn't give a shit. And the truth is, with the best management teams, that tends to be how they act. Think like Buffett style, right? Because it's so difficult to try to play the short stuff and blah blah blah. And they got ridiculed this whole time. And even right now, they kind of continue to be. But I think that's why I said in my tweet, that long ass tweet shit that I did. One of the last couple of tweets was about management, because I think the management. I think we're going to learn. I don't know this, but I think in 12 months' time, I'm literally betting that the market will appreciate and realize that not only is this not just the management team, but also the board of directors and the the investor base, that they're not just competent, but they're outstanding. Perhaps I'll be wrong about that. I've withheld judgment now for about almost 18 months. Is it 18? No, not. We're all going up on 18 months now. And at the very least, for the past early couple of quarters, I'm like, all right, competent. And you know why I say competent? Because they're not blowing it. Are you going to blow it? No, they didn't blow it. All right, competent. But now as I'm seeing it unfold, especially if we get a bit more news, right? Like I keep on saying, I even want a bit more for me to raise my conviction in that longer term stuff. Cohen getting involved kind of helped me with that. But if now I'm kind of like, whoa, they could not only be competent, but they could be outstanding turnaround specialists. You know what I mean? Like realizing what needs to be done. I think it may only take 12 months to get there for people to realize, but it would really take 2 years, 3 years for that full turnaround to take effect. And so that's like, there's a whole bunch of things the market is really slow to pick up on. That's right. No one cares. I mean, it's possible I'm wrong. I don't think so, but and the effectiveness of management is a big part of it. You know what I mean? Like how many times on the chat have we been talking about execution? Like I pull up PowerPoints and all this stuff. It comes down to execution. But that's the thing. For me, the execution odds have been increasing with every passing quarter. And now I feel like my odds are way higher than what the market's pricing in, and that's why I think it still remains a really bullish setup. So that's another variable, right? That my willingness to bet on management has been increasing as well. Whereas when we were at $4 back then, I don't even really think about it. I'm like, oh, maybe we'll see. I didn't think that back then. I didn't even think that. Well, I thought here maybe they were just screwed. I thought maybe they were screwed and there was nothing even that anyone could do. And now as we're seeing it unfold and now we're here, and now I'm like, shit, are they really going to do this? Are they really going to pull it off where it unfolds as you're kind of hoping it unfolds? They might pull this shit off. It's not guaranteed. My odds of it are much higher than what the market's pricing in. Nothing's guaranteed, but damn, it looks good. Yeah, right, Hugo. Hugo's portfolio with the long BYDD, short GME. Hey, Jen, welcome back, Jen. Cheers. Oh, Jen commented on Jen saw the alien one. Yeah, that's right. I was just talking about that one, Jen. Maybe you were here. How far behind am I? Shit. Okay. Q3 will be more of a look through. Perhaps they show more details on the Microsoft deal and more forward-looking info on the consoles. Yeah, I curious what inventory will look like. Maybe sold through some. I kind of agree, Steve. I think we're going to get more on the advertising front, like some of the stuff Rod's been talking about. I think we're going to get more information on that stuff. And but I tend to agree at this point. Unless something crazy is announced next week. It shouldn't be the base case, though. But if they do, wow. Wow, if they do. Seriously. We're going beer number 2, baby. Definitely. No doubt about it tonight. What else we got? Yeah, I tend to agree, Steve. I mean, the only big things, and I think Jordan was talking about this in the last stream too, in the unlikely event that they actually did buybacks, that would be big. In the unlikely event that they actually provided guidance, that would be big. But other than that, I think it's mostly going to be what you're describing, Steve. It's kind of like just some updates. Like, just look at the past couple conference calls. I think it's going to be very similar to that. We're kind of just, they continue to tell the same story and saying, hey, we're making incremental progress. You don't care yet, but you need to know we're making that incremental progress. You see it on the conference calls. You see it in that ICR conference transcript. That's why I included that in that tweet storm as well, whatever you want to call it. And but maybe that's the thing, is that maybe this time around for this quarter, the market may care more. They may be buying into it, and it sounds stupid. But they may be buying into it because GameStop's in a bullish uptrend. Remember, not that much has changed this whole time. Ryan Cohen getting involved was a change, but it's just an investor. He's just a dude. Ryan Cohen is just a dude. Why? Like, you know what I mean? He's just a dude. And yeah, he bought 10%, but so what? Investors make mistakes all the time. So other than that, the Microsoft partnership, but they've been talking about that they've been saying they were practicing this shit since Q4 2019. I mean, to actually make the announcement, I guess that's meaningful, but you still see bears discounting it. So really, like, there's not meld shells, except that the price has gone up 3x. And it sounds crazy, but the market, that's what the market will kind of dial into. They're like, oh shit, this chart looks great. Let's go. Short interest? What? Like at that point, some folks might be view it, but like that always depends who the market participants are, how they interpret certain variables. Steve, they'll probably get asked about the Microsoft deal, right? Hopefully they get asked about a lot of this. Hopefully they talk about a lot of this stuff, right? I'm very curious to see what the headline figures are. You got to figure again, it's going to be e-com. Okay. Where the hell is it? What? Oh, yeah, here. The question is, what will the headlines be? What will the three bullet point items be? There's a question for us. Let's see if we can figure that shit out. What will be the three items right there? You know what I mean? So GameStop reports third quarter results in strong progress towards strategy. Like, I imagine it could be the same title, but I wonder what the three bullet points will be. You know what I mean? Before I share what I think, I mean, I haven't really thought through it. Giving myself a little bit of time, you know what I mean? Yeah, inventory. Maybe sold through some more. They've already done such a good job of the inventory front. I'm like, Like, I'm already comfortable with what they've done so far. But yeah, I'd be curious. Maybe early console numbers. Might just be the pre-orders. Yeah, I don't even know. Hey, Blessed Spear. What up? What up, Blessed? Cheers. Welcome. Happy Friday, mate. David Farrell, likewise. Yeah, I don't know about that short stuff. I don't know. Hopefully other people. I don't weight that stuff too heavily, Dave, about the shares available and stuff. I keep on saying this. Maybe I'll look back and realize, you know what, that was meaningful. But I've kind of just seen a lot of stuff over the years where nothing really pans out from it, and so I just continue to discount that stuff. But so no real opinion, Dave. Okay, and so Rod has an opinion. That was okay, but Rod agrees it was weird. Okay, my take is a long testing the waters, selling covered calls weekly. Is a long testing the waters, selling covered weeklies. That's happened several times. Okay. $1K getting diamond handing since March, yeah. Large lendal supply into the market. I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I don't know. Like, definitely, I know. I mean, I know I'm a little bit behind here, but calling it like fishy and stuff, like, I don't agree with this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like I've said this before too, but like, if something were like more longs would be talking about this, right? Like, there's lots of eyeballs on this stuff, and I like when people say like manipulation and stuff. I think it's just because people aren't really super dialed into certain complexities of the market, and then when they are, they're kind of like, hey, what's going on here? But in reality, it's just because we, myself included, don't really understand what exactly is happening. And with a stock like GameStop, I think you're going to see a lot of this stuff. I mean, I'm not saying definitely. Just to be clear, I have no idea, but that's like my take with some of this stuff. Lots of traders leaving the stock. Right, as far as the price action goes, I agree with you, Superstar. So that's what I keep saying. A lot of maybe some marginal buyers getting out and even potentially on a 30% drop, some marginal shorts closing. That's the thing, marginal shorts, but you wouldn't think that any long-term holders would be closing on a 30% drop. It's not enough. Okay, so y'all going back and forth about that. Ah, shit, Super Saucy, you're talking hedge funds. I don't know. I don't remember what the hell I was talking about. So I forget. Okay. Try to scroll right through. Okay, so Super Sauce says the same thing. The fact that they didn't close $3 a share is lunacy. Again, not what not in their minds, right? I mean, that they didn't. What's a little bit more odder to me, Super Saucy, is that they didn't even trim. Don't you take profits along the way? I mean, maybe they did. Again, we don't know. It could have been a new short step again. We don't know, but just hypothetically, if it were the same, it's like, what? But regardless, if I may put on my optimistic glasses here, Super Saucy, for me, it's lunacy, right? Not that what I'm going to say is disagree with what you said. I agree. It's in their mind, they're right, though. So it's going to zero. Maybe it just got delayed. You know what I mean? But now it's going to be delayed by a year or two. When were they betting on it? But now, as far as the bull thesis goes, we have a tell. We kind of know what they were betting on, and that's important for someone like me, because again, I've said this many times now, but when I see a super heavy short interest in a company, I mean, I usually look the other way because it's not for me. I'm like, oh, the shorts are onto something. There's something the longs are missing, right? And this time, I'm so dialed into long position. I'm like, yo, I feel very, very confident that the longs ain't missing anything. It's the longs who have the right story. And the shorts made a mistake by not closing out, and now I know. I can't say no, but because again, maybe the shorts have turned over and blah blah blah. I can't say for sure. But that such a high level of short interest has been maintained through that whole drop. It never even dropped below 50 million. That seems to me that people are betting on zero. And now I feel very confident that they're not going to get it. And because they're not going to get it, I mean, I'm just repeating shit I just said. But sorry, Super Sauce is trying to get caught up. Not when you expect to go regular. Sabu, welcome. Cheers. And I agree. That's right. If you expected to go to zero, especially, and that's the thing, you would have thought that they were betting on it to go imminently. And remember, back in March and April, I mean, their stores were closed. You know what I mean? Their stores were closed. So it's not like even I was surprised. We were talking about this a couple streams ago where I'm bullish on GameStop, but when their stores were closed and we didn't really know what was going to unfold, I'm like, GameStop could be in trouble. What if the consoles are delayed a year? You know what I mean? Like back then, you could kind of understand. They're like, all right, what's going to happen here? And then, but then as another quarter passed and then another quarter passed, right? No, it was really just one quarter that passed. Right? Because we got March and then we got June. So it was only June. And then by the time September rolled around, Cohen was already in. You know what I mean? Like maybe part of their conviction back in earlier in the year was that GameStop. Then once they, you know what I mean? Like once that's the thing. We were a sub 4 last year. But then maybe they were doubting management too and thinking this can't be turned around. And now we're like, I feel like we're turned around. And then they chose not to close because they felt they were right. When, though? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it was gonna, this is the thing, if it was gonna happen imminently, when you have this, I'm out of my element here because I don't know this type of stuff, but when you have that heavy of a short position, again, we don't know who it is, but that when you have 50 million plus shares short in a company, I kind of think that you think it's going to go to zero fairly soon, right? Not 5 years. I don't. Is that a worthwhile trade? Maybe it is. It could be. But now I feel like that's dead. That GameStop's going to zero in the short term is dead, and they've been adding to their short interest has been rising, and so maybe they think maybe it was always just a long term play. Seems risky to me. Seems very risky to me. Can't even think through this shit. That's what I keep saying, Rod, right? Are we all dumb? Like I've been asking myself that shit all year. Like I'm like, what am I missing? I felt like I was going crazy. Multiple times I felt like I was going crazy. And then came the summertime. I'm like, well, that's where I was at in September. I'm like, this is bullshit. I'm like, this is bullshit. Coming July and August, you know what I mean? I felt like I had enough information to know that I wasn't crazy, but you're still pulling the trigger, worried that you are. But you're not worried, but like you're like confidently pulling the trigger, but in the back of your head, you're like, my experience suggests that I'm right, but you never really totally know, especially as like an outside small investor. You always feel like you're a little bit, even right now, I kind of feel like I'm in the dark. You know what I mean? With regard to market action or the short stuff, I don't know. Lazy, cocky, maybe. Complacent. Yeah, that was a good word we would talk about a while back, right, Rod? Oh, that was Super Saucy's word. There you go. CU agrees 100%. I don't remember what I said, CU, but cheers, CU. All right. Oh, that's a good point, Steve. That the short, yeah, I mean, because there's more short, right? The short sellers have created a position greater than the value of the entire business. Wow. They created their own business in this short position. Yeah, Steve, you should tweet that out or something. That's a good observation. You know what I mean? Because that's going to happen because there's more share short. But even still, just putting it, rephrasing it like that, you're like, holy shit. Their bet against the company is bigger than the company. Yeah, I like that. It's like a GME synthetic CDO. What were the break points in the share price for the short? So that's a good question. And Rod may even know this. It was this when they started to close. It was always, didn't we say? Oh, Rod was asking this. It was always like the console refresh, right? So it peaked right into the consoles, and then it got. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's the stock price. Sorry. It peaked. What did we say? About a year and a half before the consoles. Stock price peaked around the consoles, and the short interest, and then the short. No, because so the short interest dropped to its lowest at the time of the consoles. You know what I mean? This is the opposite. And then back in the day, same thing. But the peak was a little bit before. It was just proximity to the consoles. That's it. Oh, I don't remember what the price point was though. But it was more just and you got to adjust for the share purchases too. They always covered into so Rod's here. Okay, right. It was covered into the cycle previously. The digital disintermediation thesis is decades old. That's right. Still, with each cycle, it becomes a bit more pertinent this time around. But it's just that. That's why I talked about that in that GameStop video I did, right? Because it's just like the same shit, same old shit, dog. Just a different cycle. Here we go again. Same old bear hogs, just a different cycle. Here we go again. Decade battle. I hope it's been the same shorts fighting the battle. I know. I wonder. I don't know. I'll really support the Avengers Endgame poster. Yeah. Shorts asleep at the wheel. Cohen and Senvest snuck in. Maybe. Risk management. Oh, did they start to cover in July and August? But they didn't cover. They couldn't have covered that much. Rod. You said they started to cover in July, August. If you look closely. I don't have enough granularity here in this chart, but I'll take your word for it, Rod. If they did, it couldn't have been that much, if I recall. They couldn't have been that much. A couple million, maybe? Right? I mean, it didn't... Oh, is this it? Where's this? Oh, is that like July right there? Oh, maybe. But then they added, Rod. You know what I mean? Doesn't that go against what you're saying? They didn't have time to cover... They still could have covered. Are they betting that the price... I don't know. So you would think that I'll keep going. Death of retail has been talked about a long ass time. I remember people talk about death of retail. I mean, this, like Super Saucy says, has been going on a long time, but they were talking about it like I remember like 2016, 2017, and then retail crushed it. Like in 2017 or 2018. I kind of forget off the top of my head, but I remember just like, wow, that was a bad argument back then. Shorted Best Buy to death as well. And got killed, yeah. Rapidly rising price and short interest the past 2 months. Weird aesthetic of rapidly rising price. Yeah, really weird. Which one breaks? The longer the charts, the longer that stock price holds up. That's just another argument against that stock price breaking down. It is. In my experience. That's why these past couple of weeks have been important because, I didn't think that it was going to break down, right? But you never know. Like I said, it's all probabilities. It doesn't mean it's definitely going to happen, but I didn't think it was going to break down below 10. And but I'm like, if it does, then I gotta reassess, man. It's But this is the thing, is that like all these new moves that we've been seeing, the market is kind of accepting. I still think it's like discounted, right? But at least the market's accepting these new levels. Chat about the Microsoft earnings where they had a decent bump up in digital sales for Xbox. Nah, we didn't. Oh, did we? All right. Thanks, Super Saucy. I don't remember. But every console maker has discussed great prospects in their gaming division, right? Yeah, I know, right, Musical? I don't know. I mean, we'll be able to say this stuff with confidence in about like 6 months or a year. Oh shit, am I way behind? Oh, I've been talking way too much. Volume was crazy. Hey, George. Hope you had a nice week, George. Volatile dinosaur, a T-Rex with not enough reach and too much ass. Oh, see, you got it. Cheers. Cheers, see you. Come on, I know. I see you. I said you were going to get it. But I just, I'm sorry to waste your time. Oh, shit. She made a big comeback, right? She's been just like popping off like past couple of years. Like I feel like she was big like 20 years ago, right? And then I didn't hear much. And then I feel like she's kind of blowing up again past couple of years. Okay, talking about people short in brick and mortar, right? That's a general theme too, and GameStop is grouped in with that as well. Especially, I mean, you would think, especially, I don't know. I'm kind of just scrolling through here just to try to get caught up. Cool. Okay, so David's saying it won't take very long for the market to pick up an excellent management. Still have to fight. You don't have to. Yeah, I don't agree with that, David. I don't think you have to fight the short sellers. I don't agree with that. The fundamentals will take care of it. You know what I mean? It's I do. I mean, when people see a heavy short interest, maybe that may in the short term maybe impact people's thinking, like maybe they tilt bearish or whatever. But you're not really fighting the short interest. Like, is the company if the company performs as some of us on the stream are expecting or forecasting them to perform, the shorts will close their position. I don't think it's the right idea to think that it's like a battle between when we're having jokes about robots and stuff, right? I mean, I keep on saying that. Beep boop, 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 boop. Did you see boop boop? You see boop boop starring in Ocean's 11? Definitely. You know, crushing it on Ocean's 11. Like they got their position, and the longs have their position, and it will unfold to the victor go the spoils. That's the thing. The shorts haven't even been adding to their position, like only incrementally, right? Just a small amount, in my opinion. Not that small, actually. What was that? It's been quite a bit the past couple months, I guess. But you know what I mean? Like in the short term, it maybe weighs on people's thinking. But many of our theses are long term, so it's like the short term. You're always going to have some variables that weigh on stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. But the excellent management, I don't know. Well, I agree with you on that. I mean, it won't take very long for the market to pick up an excellent management. Yeah, it seems like, I don't know. It's taken them a little while right now, but at the same time, I can understand saying, well, we haven't seen enough from them. Like, when is the cost-cutting initiatives going to lead to profitability, right? And how much free cash flow they are actually going to generate aside from the whole working capital management, right? Are we actually going to see the improved turnover result in better operating performance? Are we actually going to see more partnerships or whatever the hell it is that suggests a higher terminal value? You know what I mean? I think some people are holding off. And so at what point, when does it cross the Rubicon? At what point is an excellent management perceived as excellent by the market? You know what I mean? I think that part's messy, right? I'm sure David would agree with that. It's just, who knows? I don't know. It will take a couple of quarters, I think. Like, people want to see the performance, I think, Dave. Okay. So I agree. So I'd agree also, Rod. With Rod says, an outside chance there's an event triggering a share recall and there's a complete chaos where everyone short advisors. So like, that's just risk. Like, I think it's an outside chance too. Like, I mean, that's obviously not base case, and Rod is indicating that as well. But like, from a risk management perspective, like, what do you even do if that? I don't even know what happens if that happens. If people had to call back their shares and there's, I don't. Maybe they can get them back or find a way. I don't even know. But boy, yeah, if that happens, then what? I don't even know. Oh, so look at this. So Steve says, I always watch the Jim Chanos interviews, and he's always joking. Is he joking? When he's closing out a short, that he's a buyer. Wait. You mean just close? No, maybe it's going over my head. Okay. I just keep going. Oh, right. Okay. That's why the Cohen buy. Yeah. I mean, if there were one, like a great case study. Yeah. I look like Keith Urban? I do. No, no one said that. Yeah? Who's Keith Urban? I think I know that. It's Keith Urban and I mean, I know he's a musician. I know Keith Urban. Oh. Oh shit. Who the hell was I just thinking of right now? I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of someone else. Keith Urban, what's he on? He's on what's that reality show? I know he's on one of the reality shows, right? Pretty sure that's him. Nah, no one said that. No one said that. Good, thanks for blessing him. I'll ask my wife. See what she thinks. Oh, did I say something about? Oh shit, am I this far behind, Super Saucy? Oh, because I was saying Ryan Cohen's just a man. Oh shit, Super Saucy, that's funny. All right, let me get. E-commerce will be one bullet point. Oh, okay. So David Felton says e-commerce is going to be 1 point. I agree with David Felton. He says e-commerce. I assume he means like cranking it, what the increase is going to be. I'm on board with that. What if GME just acknowledged Ryan Cohen? His filing said he had meetings. I don't think it's GameStop wouldn't acknowledge. It would be Cohen who would probably be talking about it. Very positive in the language is explicitly so regarding Ryan Cohen. Yep. It's a good. It seems promising. You know what I mean? An interested investor. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about this team. I mean, it's largely management, but that board of directors and the vested investor base. You know what I mean? And Ryan Cohen is one of them. I like this. Right. Yeah. Well, I think his. Right. There's no reason to believe that Ryan Cohen was trying to play it short squeeze or anything like that. Yeah, I think I think probably all on the same page there. I know. What if Carl Icahn takes a position? What if on Monday there's a 13D from Carl Icahn? Then what? You want to squeeze? You short? You see Carl Icahn take a position? You know what I mean? Like, that's talk about risks. You want to outline some risks here? Imagine you see Carl Icahn take a position. He got burned on Blockbuster. So I've thought about this quite a bit because I was thinking this a year ago, and I remember like, damn, this level of short interest. If they can turn it around, imagine if you get, because the management team didn't strike me as like going real except that major share buying that they did last year. I've said that many times, how that sticks out to me, kind of like a sore thumb with regard to everything else they've done. But I'm like, imagine if you get like some even more so, like larger than Hestia and Permanent were, because obviously they were pounding the table and stuff. And I'm like, yo, if Carl Icahn shows up, he's just gonna start flipping tables. And she's like, what'd you say? You're executing that share repurchase and stuff. It's going on CNBC and stuff. And then if you're short, aren't you like, But anyway, I still agree with your sentiment there, Super Saucy. I'm just trying to have some Carl Icahn humor, you know what I mean? Shakes up management, yep. Right, doesn't quite as apply here as much, but in a different way. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't trying to shake up management on an Apple. He's just trying to get certain things done. There's other examples, too. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. Meow, you doing, Spider Cat, huh? Happy Friday, Spider Cat. All right, good point, Blessed. So Blessed's out in, that's for sure long-term play. Oh, for the shorts. GME shorts were correct for 7 years. A few small months won't make them nervous. Good point, Blessed. You know what I mean? They've been right. As we talked about complacency, right? Imagine being right this long, right? For years. You accept. You are right. You accept it. Right, we're right. So this is the thing, is that it's what is it? Fundamental attribution bias, where you ascribe the wrong rationale to explain the behavior. You know what I mean? The wrong. You attribute their behavior to an inaccurate blah 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 blah. You'll get what I'm saying. Fundamental attribution bias. Let's look up. But like they may have thought that, hey, this stock price is going down. It's because we were right. We were right about this disintermediation, right? We've said this a number of times on the stream now, but we were right about that. And then the stock price is going boom, 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 boom. And you're like, wait a second, how could we be wrong about? But we were just right for this long. Clearly we were right, and then it changes on. But that's the thing. Companies turn around. I don't understand. It's not like it's that crazy for a company to turn around. But it's that disintermediation. I guess they feel super, super high conviction. But I think they have falsely attributed the declining price action to them being absolutely right that the company can't turn itself around. Whereas I would argue you are right that disintermediation is a legitimate risk for a company like GameStop. In that the stock price, remember, there's many reasons that a stock price goes up. There's many reasons that a stock price goes down. It's a mistake to just attribute it to one little thing. That's why when we keep on saying, well, where'd the stock price go after the Microsoft news? And then people say, well, that's how much the market is valuing that Microsoft partnership at. And I'm like, yo, the stock price trades cheaply relative to fair value. There's other that serves as a persistent tailwind in this move back up. Anyway, so there's other things causing the price decline, part of which was very likely that it was overvalued to begin with, which I would definitely say was the case back in the day, based on free cash flows adjusted for that disintermediation. It never, that it was trading at $2-3 billion back in the day, when it still had that Spring Mobile, like it still had a lot of issues with it, a bloated cost structure, a management. They had like 6 CEO tenures or something in a short period of time. Like, what's going on here? And so there was lots of reasons for part of this elevator. It wasn't just that this disintermediation. And I think they drew the wrong conclusion over the past. They pinned their success to the wrong variable. And I think now, but then I'm like, yeah, companies turn around. Companies turn around. You know that's a risk. But they're so confident. They're so confident in the digital disintermediation. I don't know. We're talking about revenue streams that could replace, and Stephanie Wissink, I keep on bringing that up, but they just don't think it's likely. They just don't think it's likely. They don't think that Power Up Rewards. Oh, who and someone mentioned it, that they was it Steve? Someone talked about how the Power Up Rewards database is very likely grown significantly in 2020. We keep on saying 60 million and about 20 million that have been active over the past year. But it's grown significantly, and like they don't think that's valuable. They don't think digital partnerships are valuable, and I'm just like, what? I don't understand. Okay, Rod, same camp. Cheers, Rod, huh? Rod Rod felt like he was going crazy too, berated by friends, family, etc. Wow. Yep. The pervasive bearishness was palpable, right? I mean, it was just, it feels like it's changing, right? It feels like we're witnessing it change in real time. But it ain't gone. It ain't gone. Just check out some of the replies to some of the tweets that I send out. Price eventually reconnects with value. That's right. That's why I feel like value investing is a cheat code. You know what I mean? It just feels like a cheat code at times. It doesn't work out every time. Everything's still probabilities. Make no mistake. But I'm just like, whew. Ah, shit. I'm way behind. See you. I don't even know. Cheers. See you. I don't remember what I asked. Oh, you got some drinks. You got some drinks, Rod? Sick. I think that is. Price will eventually correct itself, right? I mean, there's always the risk, and this has happened to me. I'm sure it's happened to many folks on this stream, that your estimated fair value is inaccurate. That's cool. You change your mind, reassess. Maybe did you get something wrong, and recalculate. And certain stocks are very difficult to value, so that's why confidence. Check out my investment style videos if you haven't seen them, because like you got to be real with yourself. Come up with a fair value, but how sure of you of that fair value, right? Some certain stocks you're gonna be like, well, this is a crapshoot, and you still might buy it, but in the back of your head, you know, like I don't know how confident I am with this fair value. And then there's going to be other stocks where you're like, you're going to have a very high conviction, like Steve, like Discovery, for example. For you, I'm sure your fair value of Discovery is probably higher conviction than, say, some other sketchier value stocks out there. You know what I mean? Like the larger companies tend to be easier to value, more stable businesses tend to be easier to value. Blah blah blah. So you get it wrong sometimes, but if you're right, and I think it was Greenblatt who said this in some interview, or he teaches at Columbia, right? And he's like, if you spend the time to really properly calculate the value of a business and you get it right, which of course is very difficult to do if you can do it at all, blah blah blah. But if you were right, the price will come to that. It's coming. The price will come to that. And if it doesn't come to that, then either your time frame may have been a bit off because it didn't happen, or your valuation was wrong. And it's okay if your valuation was wrong because something unfolded that your model didn't account for, blah blah blah. But yeah, I don't know. You got to keep that shit real. Uh-oh. Hugo. Oh, Hugo. Oh no. All right, Hugo. Let me pull it up. I feel like Hugo. I feel like you got like 3 or 4. Oh, Hugo. My wife went to the supermarket and it was and I showed my wife the Electrovia presentation and I said, "Is this Marty?" She said, "Yes, that is definitely Marty." I said, "All right, next time you go, can you go look for Jabil or what was it? The other name too I showed her or Electrovia." So she's gonna look next time, but confirmed. Beep boop boop. And then as we were talking about that, I swear, Hugo. My daughter, who's now 2.5 now, she started going beep boop 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 boop. She has now learned that if you hear the word robot or anything associated with robot, like Marty the robot from the supermarket or anything else, she starts walking around the house going beep boop 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 boop. Hugo, I feel like you got 3 or 4 stocks that like on any given stream they're up. I feel like they're always up. Like one of them's up, and you're like, "Hey, Ron Kitty, check this shit out." And I'm like, "Oh man." When ARK, what is ARK? The ETF? Oh shit, is it the ETF that y'all been talking about? Shit. Oh, but that has 2Ks. Alright, I'll keep scrolling. Alright, let me just look it up then. What'd you talk about? What you talk about, Willis? Let's see. Who's ARK? I don't know who they are. Oh shit. Oh, it is the ETF. Do they manage the ETF? All right. They manage the ETF. So the ETF picked up some. Oh, but they're gonna do that stuff automatically, Hugo. I think they're gonna do that stuff automatically with the if that's what this is about. Hey Trey, welcome back, Trey. Cheers. Nice days are getting. Thank you, Trey. Huh? Hope you had a nice week, Trey. Hey Trey, I was telling people how the stream from the other night, it didn't get as many likes. I believe I'm pretty sure you weren't there. Then that's the clear indication. Look at this. Thanks, Trey. Lithium just rocketed. Oh boy. Victory laps for Hugo. Every stream. Hugo was talking lithium. A couple of folks were talking lithium. It's going to go hard back to ALB back in the 50s. What the hell is that? Is that the... Oh, okay. All right, let me keep going. Aya. Cheers. I hope you had a nice week. Welcome. Nice to see you back. Even if you keep short on this. Yeah, I know, because of you. I don't know. We're trying to think through it, but I don't know. Okay, so Rod says 4Q earnings flowing through the reduced SG&A profit and loss should be the necessary proof of managerial competence. You'd have to think so, right, Rod? For competence. He's just saying competence. Jeez. You'd have to think so. Because then it's almost 2 years Sherman's been at the helm. It will be just about 2 years. They got there, super profitable. By the time Q4 comes, I'd think would the management pick up on it? I know. I agree. Daniel, I wish there were insider buys too. I know. All else equal, I want insider buys, and I'm always disappointed when I don't get them. I agree. I don't know why no insider buys. I don't love it. Berkshire. Talking Berkshire, Steve? Whoa. Can you imagine? That would be something. Highly unlikely, but oh boy. That's what I mean. I talk about Carl Icahn, talk about Warren Buffett. Unlikely, but still fun to talk about, right? We can talk about this shit. Oh, right. So Steve just said the same thing. We talked about a Carl Icahn, so you got to mention Buffett. Yeah. I just said the same thing. Yeah, you can talk about those. Oh, Blessed's going to take care of it. He's going to send Carl an email. Cool. Oh, yeah, Steve. I remember Steve. Steve, you were one of the first people who commented on that Cigar Butt Roach video. I remember that. Oh, so Steve's talking about the Berkshire video where he told a story about a railroad where two people owned over 100% of the company and caused a squeeze. But that was back in the day. If y'all don't, so everyone's been talking about the VW Porsche squeeze. There's other squeezes out there, and another prominent one is this railroad one that Steve is talking about. But it was related. I didn't know it was two. It was Vanderbilt, if I recall correctly. It was the Vanderbilts. There were two railroads that went into, I think, Manhattan. I think they went into Manhattan, and at the time they weren't very well used or all that profitable, but they were the only railroads that went into, I think it was Manhattan. Do a Google search. Let me know if I'm wrong. And he noticed that. He started buying up shares on the DL, and what happened was that there was a heavy, there was a ton of people shorting the stock of one of these railroads. And it was people on the inside. It was like people on the board of directors and people on the city council who knew that they were going to pull the permit for this railroad, right? They knew that they were going to do this. And they were shorting the company, which of course is illegal now, right? You wouldn't be able to do that. But they were doing it at the time. And what happened? They were shorting a shit ton of it, right? And I'm pretty sure it was Vanderbilt just picking up all the shares, buying the shares, buying the shares, buying the shares, until he owned everything. And he owned so much in that he effectively created an infinity squeeze, in so that he had them dead to rights, where he said, well, I own you now. I mean, they couldn't close the positions, right? And so they would have to pay whatever price he wanted to sell them to, right? That's the infinity squeeze. But the deal was, you give back the permits, make sure that they have them. Well, anyway, they did pull the permits. The stock price collapsed, but as it was collapsing, Vanderbilt was on the side buying up the shares, boom, 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 buying them up, buying them up, buying them up. And then when it was revealed he had it, there was nothing they could do because he bought up all that shit, and they couldn't get out. And so the trade-off was that they give him the permit, and then he owned that whole company, and it turned out to be super profitable, right? Because eventually it came around that it was a valuable railroad to own. But there was a second railroad too that was a very similar. Then they figured Vanderbilt was out of money, and so that they attacked that railroad too, that second one. They both started with H's, I recall, and they both started going after that one. And they shorted the shit, and they figured out Vanderbilt doesn't got any money. But he was like, yo, buy up this one too. Let's go. And he had some of his, I guess some of his friends or whatever. I forget the exact story, but then they started buying up all the shares. Then it was the same shit. He was like, yo, we got this company too. And they were like, what the hell's going on here? Yeah, look that one up. Everyone, myself included, we're always VW and Porsche is front of mind. But check out that other squeeze too. I haven't seen the Berkshire video where he talks about that one. I'll check. Maybe I did in the day. I can't remember this stuff. You'll see me talk about stuff. I don't remember where it came from. This one, this railroad story, someone just recently had talked about that one and said, oh yeah, take a peek at that one. And I did. And I'm like, oh yeah, that one. Like, but I can't. Sometimes you don't remember this stuff, right? You read and you look across and then time passes and you gotta blah, blah, blah. Hey, Steve, thanks for the reminder on that. I'll have to look up that Buffett video. I'd be curious what he was saying about it. Went to fridge to get another. Now I have to open full beer. I had a beer, forgot about it. Went to the fridge to get it. Super Saucy. Super Saucy got 2 beers. Cheers. Hey, I got a couple of beers too. We good. Oh, I still got a little bit left in there. That's okay, Super Saucy. You got 2. You double fisting tonight. No problem. We double fisting on the final Friday before the new consoles. The corner of Piggly Wiggly. Oh yeah, that was another one too. The corner of Piggly Wiggly. That I believe that one on Rod, if I recall correctly, didn't he end up going like bankrupt? He did corner it. Oh, you just read it. Okay. Longs had been fighting abusive shorts for centuries. Yeah, didn't he? I think he ended up like bankrupting. I forget. Didn't he end up bankrupting himself in an effort to corner the Piggly Wiggly? I think. I had just same thing. I come across that one too because I was looking them up. Longs have been fighting abusive shorts for centuries. I know. Cheers, huh? Who will win this time? We will see. One mouth. I'm no Stone Cold Steve Austin. Oh man, those days, huh? Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's the things. I feel like back in the day. I mean, this could be a bold claim. Like I wasn't even I had some family and friends who were really into wrestling, and I myself wasn't huge into it. I feel like I had just missed the wave a little bit, but wasn't it like super popular back in the day? Was that just because of my age? Like it's nostalgia. I feel like it was like maybe it still is. You know what I mean? That's my point. Like maybe it still is, but I'm a little bit removed. But like Stone Cold Steve Austin, Rocky Maivia, if you smell. Oh man, he had so many good liners. It doesn't. What's your bear thesis? It doesn't matter what your bear thesis is. You know what I mean? A lot of classic ones, right? Mankind, Kane, Undertaker. Maybe it's still. I mean, maybe it's still as popular. And then then there's been some classics since then. I mean, you got Cena and shit. But back in my day, Stone Cold Steve Austin was crushing it. Oh, I get the wrong Arc, Super Saucy. Uh-oh, my bad. Oh, Arc is pretty famous these days for picking good stocks. Oh, thanks, Smash. How did I not know this? The opposite of value. Oh, okay, just the opposite of value. Gotcha. Oh, good. I mean, Tesla. I don't disagree with that just yet. I mean, yeah. Square, Roku. Okay, so they've been crushing it. The market has been in favor of a portfolio like this for sure. Look at all those names. Okay. Oh yeah, I mean QE, quantitative easing. Oh. Oh, Catherine Wood. Is she the one? Oh, that's the fund that's super long Tesla? Oh, I've seen she's the one on CNBC, right? Oh yeah. Oh, I never knew. I didn't know her firm. Okay. Yeah, right. So super saucy. That was my ARC basically equals Tesla, right? Because that's I don't watch it that often, but oh, okay. Short Tesla. Oh boy. Hey, what's Bitcoin doing? Yo, Bitcoin was looking good. No joke, huh? No cap. No cap. Bitcoin's looking good. Check this shit. Look at this. Look at this. We've been talking about this on the stream, as have many, many other people. Make no mistake. This ain't no unique take, but and here's the thing with the chart. Here's the thing with the chart like this. I mean, I don't think this qualifies as security, but this type of an asset is very purely technical analysis based. You know what I mean? Like I was just saying, this is a pretty clean breakout, and this looks very bullish to me. I breaking through that too, and I might add, it's in the Roaring Kitty portfolio. The that what is it? GBTC might be up to 1% now, but like I might even add. I have no fundamental analysis of it, but this is purely chart and sentiment. But this thing could run. Not super high conviction, generally speaking. It's kind of high conviction chart wise. Chart wise, I might add maybe on a pullback or something to 1,200. Excuse me, 12,000. Oh, anyway, sorry. What was I thinking? Tesla. Short Tesla. I'd be careful with that one. I don't know about yet. The thing about shorting, and I've been short more over the years, but I'm still primarily long. Make no mistake. So this is just kind of what I've been picking up over the years is the importance of shorting into a trend that has already broken down quite a bit. And this doesn't really count because it was March and April and everything was breaking down, right? Everything's in context. You need context for stuff. This doesn't look weak enough to me yet. This got interesting when they didn't get into the S&P. I believe that was part of this sell-off here, but then it stopped right there. It had a little bit of near-term support. It was just a month prior. So that's like, let's just see what it does. You know what I mean? Like this support's a little bit different, but it was like, let's just see what happens. Then held up right there. So this one's tough to value too. So it kind of trades pure to the chart too, and the chart to me doesn't look all that bearish. Doesn't look crazy as crazy bullish as it did. The RSI kind of breaking down a little bit, but the chart still looks good. Anyway, so that's not a recommendation, right? It's super saucy. What the hell do I know? Just general education, trying to share my own thoughts, even though I myself no position on Tesla. I just think it has looked bullish for a very long time. In the same way that I'm willing to add the Bitcoin ETF to the Roaring Kitty portfolio, Tesla would have been the same, but I feel I was too late to the my strategy was evolving too slowly for me to have partaken. But when I look back at this chart, if you ever get into technical analysis and you look back on this chart, it's dirty. Like it was very clean. We're not doing a Tesla case study right now, but when I look back and I think what would I have done back in the day, I'm not even. That's too bad. And some charting things like you can just see what would I do here on this pullback, and if you can't see the rest of the chart, but it was pretty damn clean when I did it. I'm like, damn, all these were buying opportunities, not high conviction ones, but chart-based buying opportunities. Here we go. Rod says a fully digitized GameStop should have a higher multiple than Best Buy. And what did we say? Best Buy is about 0.6 of sales. Yeah, or at least those revenue streams, in the free cash flows from those revenue streams more specifically, they'll trade at a higher multiple. Their e-commerce businesses, you suspect, will be in the ballpark of like the same. They'll probably deserve to trade about the same once GameStop's up and running, which you could argue it's not there yet. But if it's fully digitized, you get they may be generating free cash flows in high margin ways that Best Buy is not. And those particular streams should deserve a higher multiple. I agree, Rod. And obviously no one cares. No one cares about that, right, Rod? No matter how many times I tweet that out, and no one gives a shit. And part of the reason is because for many market participants, they're not looking out 3 years, 4 years. They don't care. They're looking out like 6 months and 1 year, and that stuff's not going to be flowing through just yet. And so it takes time. And they want to see more execution from the management team, which I don't blame them for that aspect, but still. You know what I mean? Like Rod, you and I are and other folks on the chat too. I'm just saying, Rod, you just said this, but we're willing to assign a higher probability to their execution of this shit. I mean, they won't even take it seriously. That's what it feels like. That's the disconnect. Whatever. What's Best Buy at? 30 million? I always do that. It was flat today. Isn't that always weird to you when you see it like perfectly flat? I'm always like, wait a second, something happened. 32 billion. 32 billion. Incredible. 32 billion. Oh, they have BYDDF in top 5? Oh, I don't see it. Oh, because it's Chinese. Right, Hugo. Good call. Wait, how many positions do they have? They have 236 though. Still, that's not a ton. I see thousands sometimes, so. They just sold to this. Okay. Okay. The chart. Oh, hey, Super Saucy. We've been looking at this frequently because of Hugo, and the chart looks great. In fact, we just did a very mini case study, a 60-second case study, just based on the chart. We were doing. Hugo and I were checking this shit out the other night. That when you had this is a 5-year, right? Breaking down, right? And this is BYDDF, right? Okay. So you got this, right? It's doing this, right? And so what happened was, a couple of things. The first is everything in context, right? So this is a EV type company. Importantly, and I didn't know this till Hugo told me, Berkshire owns 25% of the company. Huge bullish indicator for me. Huge drop downside protection, right? You think Berkshire Hathaway's getting involved if they think they're going to lose 50% of their capital? Hell no. That doesn't mean it's going to go up 10x or anything like that, but it's already at 25. Jeez, Hugo, huh? Props, man. I'm happy for you. But what happened was, first of all, Tesla was cranking, right? So you got a little bit of context. Tesla's kind of like a bellwether for EV in my mind. So that's number one. Tesla chart continues to look good. It's cranking. It's going in mini short squeeze, right? So then, not mini short squeeze, major short squeeze. But then BYDDF breaks out of its chart too. And then, but then what happens is the pandemic, right? And so that's why back in the day, it would have been nice to know which charts were starting to break out, because this is really bullish. This is over 2 years. 2 years, and then it broke out. And then it would have been a great opportunity to buy back into it on the pullback. As with many other stocks, it's not just this one. Many other stocks were starting to break out and then got whacked down. But then it would have been a good time to buy it because they were already breaking out before shit hit the fan. And then boom, 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 boom. And then when you had this gap up, even though it's up a double, people who may see this double, and even I myself, I said, I forget Hugo, oh, this is before the stream, but even I was like, that's a big company. But a gap up is hugely bullish, especially you're still early in this potential breakout. Maybe. I need 10 years, maybe. And then bullish. And then it did nothing. It held. And then boom, 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 boom. It doubled from there in another 2 months. So really impressive stuff. And then look at the RSI. Really bullish chart. Looks really good. It's it's crazy bullish right now. Short term. I probably couldn't buy into this right now. My own psyche. I need to buy on the pullback. But good opportunities. There were good opportunities. Ah, shit. Jumped on me. Oh, I'm not too far behind. Sick. What percentage of online sales will they finally respect multiples? Oh, they finally respect multiples. Take a look at their. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Steve, for sharing that. This was the Pacific. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a different. It's a different one. Oh, yeah. It's a different squeeze. Okay, so I don't remember this one. I'll look into that. Perfect. Thank you, Steve. Yep, that's definitely a different railroad than I was just reading about. Nice. Whoa. Hey, Polygon. What's up, Polygon? Happy Friday, mate. Hope you had a good week. Hope you have a good weekend. Okay, so blessed echoing what I was saying. The way ARK is picking stocks is favorable right now, but I'm not entirely sure it will hold up in the future. Tesla's current valuation, for example, makes... Okay, so what I'd say, Blessed, is a couple of things. Just general education, right? How I feel about this. One thing to bear in mind is that I'd be... Not that Blessed is doing this, but I've seen other people do this. Critiquing like the growth styles that have been working for a long-ass time. You know what I mean? Like some of this stuff. Do I have an ETF up real quick that I can pop up? I mean, just look at Tesla. I mean, let's just use this as a proxy. Let's just use this as it's not that great of a proxy. It's almost too damn bullish. How about like a Nvidia or something? So right, so this has been working in tech stocks generally, right? Tech stocks generally have been cranking, right? Long time. And then people will say, "Oh, that's not going to work. Value." But like stuff can work for long periods of time, such that they shouldn't be overlooked and they shouldn't be ignored. I can respect what is in favor with the market, even though it's like sometimes it might be too tough for me, and maybe I would never have a high conviction in my analysis of Tesla. My style of analysis, I can never have high conviction. But can't you still participate in what's working in the marketplace? You know what I mean? I think value investors, I'm a little bit weird in that way, and from a value investor perspective, which is fine. I don't care. And again, most of the big wins are in like some deep values. Are trading at huge discounts, right? And then they go up 5x, 10x. Those are different. But like you can at least participate in these types of markets. So now, Blessed, what I would say is that maybe ARK has been picking stocks that have been in favor now it has been a long time. But I remember people saying this. People talk about tech stocks being a bubble in 2013, in 2014. I remember thinking they kind of just broke out. They were kind of just breaking out. Watch this shit. Nah, go 40 years. This is Microsoft. Check this shit. Oh, because they had splits and stuff. That's not a good chart to use. Let me use it split adjusted. Okay, boom. But here, look, they broke out in, 2013? Microsoft broke out. Yeah, it's a good proxy for growth. And then it broke out, and then people were like, oh, is tech a bubble? This was 2015 by the time it was breaking out, right? And then it was like, it's going around. I'm like, tech stocks didn't, look at Microsoft. Tech stocks didn't do that well for like 10 years. Commodities were cranking. Value was cranking at least through 2006, 2007. Like, emerging markets were cranking. Sometimes things are in favor and sometimes they're not. But the thing is, sometimes things can be in favor for long ass times. And that's why just generally, and my style's evolved. It's not like I felt this way my whole career, right? I haven't. I'm trying to evolve with times. And right now, growth in tech stocks have been in favor for a long time. I think it's important to appreciate like long-term breakouts and what's in favor, what has been performing relatively well. I'm not saying you go heavy into that stuff. I couldn't do it, but you might allocate a portion of your portfolio to what the market really likes these days with the understanding that shit could go on for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years. And then, because there were value folks really shitting on this shit like 8 years ago, and it's like that has not aged well. And now, right now, so to Blessed's point, now it's been going on for a long time, just number of time. That doesn't mean it's going to end, but even still, it's just time-wise, right? Sometimes it'd be tough for some of these things to go on for like 15, 20 years. And I'm talking about from a valuation standpoint, right? Price to sales or price to free cash flows, that type of stuff. That's to suggest that stuff doesn't matter. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying stuff that's in favor can remain in favor despite what Graham and Dodd say. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. And so, So like you may say Tesla's valuation you may disagree with Tesla's valuation, and I would just say I have no damn clue. I have no idea. But I read a chart and I know EVs in favor, and I know tech's in favor, and I know people are really feel really passionately about a Tesla. So that's good enough for me to at least participate. Anyway, I'm not even disagreeing with anything you're saying, Blessed. I'm just saying, just again, channel's educational. That just bear in mind that don't. I wouldn't critique other styles too aggressively, because you may come out, your comments may not age too well if that particular style remains in favor for 5 years, 10 years, and it can hurt to be out of the market for that long period of time. That said, I feel like there's always deep value opportunity. Like I feel like there's probably opportunities like stocks trading cheaply and stuff. You keep an eye out. Like as Barry says in The Big Short, like it's your value can be found in many different places. Even when value is underperforming over the past, let's say 10 years, as many people are saying, I'm like, I feel as though I've done quite well with value. So even there's definitely pockets of undervaluation, but now I'm getting way sidetracked here. But just generally, that's what I'd say is I myself see ARK's investments. I think, whoa, I don't know enough about this stuff. But as far as trend, you know what I mean? Maybe a certain portion of your portfolio is allocated toward trendy stuff, toward momentum type stuff. And even though that might not be your circle of competence, just to use that phrase, it may not be where you make the big wins if you have an investment style like mine. But at least you're participating, and then you're less. If you're participating, you feel less. Like negative toward the style. You're like, hey, that's okay. That's what's working. I see that's what's working. I know it can persist. So yeah, I'll participate too. But you got to kind of figure out how you make your big wins as an individual. And for me, it's usually not in these. I don't usually have big wins in these type. Like I said, even if I dabbled in Tesla, I would have been a small position. But anyway, long unnecessary rant, Blessed. I apologize, but you bring up a great point. Yeah, Hugo, you should be comfortable knowing Buffett has 25% of that ship. Downside protection, baby. It's all downside protection for my style. We're going to give Carl Icahn a stock tip. Yeah, someone reach out to him. Oh, I didn't hear anything about that the game costs, Rod. Yeah, we didn't hear, not directly from them. I've seen it from a number of headlines, as I'm sure you did too. I'm inclined to believe it's true from the number of it, but I guess we'll see soon enough. Oh yeah, Hugo, drop cracking an egg of knowledge on BYDDF. You've come to the right place, Super Saucy. If you're curious about this shit, let me tell you what. Oh yeah, well Maxar is in the Rowan Kitty portfolio Polygon, so. Hey, Super Saucy, I'm behind here, but have a good weekend. Happy to have you on here, huh? Hope you had a nice week. Have a good weekend. Maybe see you next week, especially if stuff is going crazy. Yeah, Steve says, yeah, console launch next week. Any special guests? Do people do special guests on streams? Is that a thing? Like Michael Burry, Campbell guy. Yeah, I know. Hey, Michael Burry, you're welcome here. I see you. You're tweeting again. You're active out there. Feel free to come on. You want to check out a YouTube. You're doing Twitter again. Maybe you want to check out YouTube. Come check it out. We'll have you on. We'll get some Q&A going here, right? We got lots of questions for you. Crack a beer. Have some fun. Yeah. David talked about mutual funds and hedge funds horizon about 3 months. They have to remain competitive or lose investors. Yeah, they know what I mean? Different types of market participants out there. Keep it going. Hey, Jay Booth. Oh, wait, would Jay Booth be here? Cheers. I forget. Forgot it was Friday. That's okay. I forget what day it is all the time. Oh, I'm caught up. Okay, lithium, ARK. Go to ARK Invest in ARK Fund where they show it. Was I just on there? ARK Fund? What is it, ETF? Oh, you mean I know what you mean. Do you mean I meant to do. Well, I can see top 10 positions here. Where can I see the? What the hell is this? They're there. Tesla. It's not there. These are only the biggest positions. Are they somewhere else? I mean, I take your word for it, Hugo. It's okay. I know if Cohen. Yeah, can you get Cohen to call on the stream? Yeah. Yo, Ryan Cohen, you can call too. We got some questions for you, huh? Yeah, I've been listening to this channel. Playing Doom Eternal. Sick. Hey, James Lee. Welcome, James Lee. What up, mate? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? We just talked about ARC. Talk about growth versus value, just generally, or what's in favor, what's not in favor. EV, thank you, Rod. EVs, value stocks, and believe it or not, can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. Oh, you got it. Okay, I'll check that. I mean, okay. Oh, BYDDY you're showing me. Oh. Sorry, I thought you were trying to show me that NNDM one. Right. Okay. Right, because here they'll report their actual positions and not just the required filings. I got you. Yeah, for me, this does, for what that's worth, Hugo, I mean, clearly it's working out, right? But this, when I track the folks that I track, this wouldn't be a fund that I track. So if I saw this type of stock in their portfolio, it doesn't mean much to me. That doesn't mean, I mean, the stock is crushing it right now, right? Is it 4x or something? So that doesn't mean, but I just mean with the folks I track are usually the people who have styles that are similar to mine. So sometimes I'll come across, like BYDDF is a little bit of an unusual one, right, Hugo? That's what I mean. That one sticks out to me as like, if I had known Buffett owned 25%, that would have been a good one for me, right? Because I knew that was it ADR and BYDDF 2 IBBI. Like I knew EV was in favor, you know what I mean? And Tesla was crushing it. I would have been smart to play it that way. But here we are talking GameStop for the past year, huh? For better or worse, we'll know soon enough. I mean, stock price is doing well, right? But for some of us, a triple ain't enough, or two or three. It ain't enough, right? You know what I mean? What we've been through. Look at us. What we've been through. Look, there's a stream dedicated to it. EVs are in favor, but most of these SPACs. Yeah, a lot of people talking SPACs lately, huh? Oh yeah. Oh shit. So I was gonna say e-commerce. Boy, SG&A, I kind of forgot that one. No, market don't care about that one though, right? Boy, I did forget that one in the back of my mind. The level of it, you know what I mean? 133. E-commerce. Hopefully free cash flow. That'd be nice, but probably not. Right? Not for Q3. Maybe for Q4. Maybe for Q3. If it's for Q3, that would be sick. It would be nice to have maybe the Microsoft partnership. Maybe the Microsoft partnership will be a headliner, right? Even though we know it, maybe it would be like GameStop establishes itself in the new digital arena, something like that. It'd be nice to have some advertising stuff, right, Rod? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they won't headline with that because there's nothing to really show for it, I don't think. Nothing big to show for it. It will probably be just talked about down here. Just as like, hey, we're following through on this. What else would it be? Pre-orders? Could be pre-orders. Doesn't matter. Kind of just shooting the shit now. You know what I mean? Market can't dispute a 200 million plus free cash flow print in 4Q, can they? We reiterate our. I know, right? What do you say to that, right? 200 million in free cash flow print. Very curious to see what the balance sheet's going to look like at the end of Q3, right? They're gonna not have as much cash, right? They're building up their inventory. Regardless, though, 200 million in free cash flow, legit. Let's call it legit free cash flow, right? Pure free cash flow, none of the working capital bullshit or anything like that. On a market cap of, I mean, I say net market cap, I mean net of cash too, right? I mean net of cash. So that we won't do net of cash, but even a $200 million market cap, $200 million of free cash flow on a market cap of 700. Give me a break. It's one quarter, but what they would respond with, Rod, is, yeah, that's Q4. Congratulations, first quarter. But that's gonna weaken as it tends to do in Q1 and Q2. I mean, you and I would say, well, it's the first console. Everything's going crazy this first 2 years. But they'd say Q4 is the strongest. Q1, Q2, Q3, and all that period is going to be weakening the whole time. People are going to be shifting to digital. And then you maybe have one strong Q4 next year as well. And it won't be as strong as 200 million. That would be what they would say. Yeah, the inventory turn, right? Their inventory turns are going to surprise the shit. I think that's right. The inventory turns, the cost cutting, all this shit. Hopefully, it just flows right. I mean, Rod. I mean, it could even be greater than 200. I wouldn't say that's my. I'm not forecasting that, but in theory, I can get there. I can get to above 200. I know. How do you respond to that? What is that? What was that? To a graphing calculator time. $3. Rod, $3 in free cash flow in 1 quarter, right? How you price target 160? I don't understand. Well, I haven't seen that model, but what do bear? I mean, I forget. What do the bearish folks think that GameStop's going to generate in Q4? You know what I mean? Like I don't know, or I forget off the top of my head. I forget. Yeah, I think they could surprise in a whole bunch of ways. I don't think it's just Q4 too. I think what they're priced at right now, they're going to outperform every damn quarter. In Q3, I'm not so sure. Oh yeah. No, but I forget off the top of my head, Rod. Let me check. Annual. Yeah, okay. All right, that's what it was. That's why I didn't remember. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, a fraction of that. Okay, it's a fraction of that. Wow. Okay, that's negative. Wow. Okay, it's less than half of that. It's less than half of that. Hey, Daniel Arias, welcome, Daniel, welcome. Yeah, no problem. We're just chilling, kicking back. Yeah, Rod, that's really pessimistic, I think. There you go. So right there, I mean, you get to 200, Rod. Boom. Because again, that over twice as much. Well, that's the thing. Free cash flow versus earnings. Who knows what? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like if the forecast is earnings rather than you and I talk about free cash flow because that's what matters. Hey, Michael. Welcome, Michael. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Friday, mate. So we'll see. Yeah, I think all this stuff's going to flow through. I think so. Man, what was it? 133? 133. 134. Was 30.45 down 130 compared to in the prior quarter. Wow. Boy, what a huge drop. SG&A was down 28%. Yeah, see, market just didn't care about that stuff. I suspect they'll start to care once they start seeing the free cash flows. That's what I think. You know what I mean? Because you can't disagree. You can disagree. you can disagree with like the upside optionality that we're always talking about, that shit, and like management can actually execute. You can't disagree with free cash. It's really hard to discount free cash flows. It's really hard to discount that. That's what Rod's getting to here. You can't reason your way out of it. They're real. They're here. So if they do, it's true. Oh, where's some other shit that I liked? Dimitri's been talking a whole bunch of shit on some of his commented a whole bunch on his articles. They've been great. What else did he say? People still want that. Oh yeah, talk about the closures and stuff. Oh yeah, Justin went too. That's right. Yep. Oh yeah, talking about that. Oh yeah. Oh, we already talked about that, right? That Micromania is going to be the only one to allow the online sale of Xbox All Access. None of the other brick and mortar retailers are going to be offering it. I thought there was more. I feel like there was more. I can't remember. Watch Eeyore's podcast. Oh, no. You talk GameStop? Is it talking short interest related to GameStop? I mean, that could be educational. Hey, P-Sid, what up? Good question. If at all, no one knows. Oh, yeah. David. So David asking about dividends. I would say highly, highly unlikely. But he taps on GME quite a bit. Oh, okay. Oh, I checked that. I didn't even know that there was a podcast. He's the, yeah, if it's worthwhile. I mean, if you're talking GME and shit. But, wait, what's your question? So for the dividend, highly unlikely. They cut that dividend now that they need all the cash they can get to turn around the business. And if they're really serious, especially with Ryan Cohen involved, to really go. There you go. All right, Rod's got it. Rod's going with it. Yeah, they're gonna need a lot of cash if they're really going they're gung ho about turning around the business. They're gonna need all that cash. And even still, the cash first order might be better used for other capital allocation reasons, things like paying off the debt, then maybe share buybacks, and only then dividend. And so a dividend, a reinstatement of it would probably be a ways off. However, the one thing would be that if they ever did announce it, again, it's not likely, but if they ever did announce it, there would be a mad rush to get the shares back. Because if GameStop ever announced, now it's a risk to a bear thesis or a short thesis that they do this, but it's unlikely, but it's a real risk that if they ever did say we're gonna pay out $3 to shareholders. You see, sometimes some stocks announce a major dividend to payment to the shareholders and stuff, and everyone's like, "Oh, give me those shares." So if they ever did, there could be a panic and people like try to get those shares. Remember, there's more shares short than outstanding, so could be a mad rush, but unlikely in this setup that they would do that. Yeah. Oh, you're seeing it on Stock Twits. Yeah, unlikely. I would be shocked. I don't even think buybacks are the base case right now, and dividends are even less likely than that. But one of those, hey, if it happened, good luck getting those shares back. Everyone's gonna want them. And remember, that was part of the sell-off too, because it used to be a dividend payer. Right. The difference, see a lot. Okay. How are consoles not baked in? Are we gonna see stock price elevate on media? Well, oh yeah. So we talked about this earlier, James. The console. Everyone has known the consoles are coming, right? That's their release is priced in. I mean, as in people understand that they're coming, but what isn't fully priced in what doesn't seem to be fully priced in are the free cash flows that GameStop will generate as a result of those consoles. And a big reason for that is this pervasive bearishness toward GameStop, which in my opinion is the secular risk that might be justified, right? But the pervasive and level of bearishness that we're seeing is weighing on the stock price such that it is trading at a discount to the free cash flows that it's likely to generate as a result of the consoles. So like the news itself that the consoles are coming out, you're right. Everyone knows that shit's coming, right? But I think people are getting in their own way, James, as to how it's going to flow through to GameStop's bottom line. But but also but to your point about the media, next week, because the stock I believe remains undervalued relative to what fair value is, that different types of things can catalyze a reversion to fair value. There's different things. Sometimes it's just as time passes, as a new quarter comes and investors see another round of another quarter of performance. But other times it can just be a changing of sentiment, and things like a Ryan Cohen getting involved, or even Reggie being added to the board. I mean, that was a while ago, but now that the consoles are here, it gets people talking about this, and people are maybe more likely to come around to the fact that GameStop is undervalued and kind of buy into this thesis. I'm not convinced that it's going to revert crazy overnight or anything like that, but people talking about this and people coming around to the story, a catalyst like the new consoles can help get that started. But everyone's known it's been knowing it's coming, but Rod, half the time. Yeah, same thing with me on Twitter, right, Rod? No doubt, no doubt. Oh, he doesn't deep dive in them. Okay, thanks, Mike. I probably okay, but reading between the lines, he elaborates how there's money to be made in the London department. Okay. We need Kim on the board of directors. Yeah, you go. Maybe that we talk about like a front person, right? Someone who can really sell shit, like get the word out there and stuff. Yeah, I know where you go. We talked about Elon Musk. Why not? Why not Kim? Kim Kardashian, huh? Hugo is nominating you to the GameStop board of directors. Give it some thought. Get back to us. No joke, Hugo. So I don't know if y'all remember, but remember Weight Watchers? Hugely undervalued stock back in 2050. Crazy undervalued. Completely unjustified either. It stayed into 2016 too? Oh, I'm specifically talking. Yeah, I'm talking about the 2015. Like this was crazy. And then Oprah announced that she was buying into it. It went from $4 to $25 in 5 months. Was that six bagger? Six bagger. I mean, then it went on to be way higher than that. Look at this. 10 bagger, 20 bagger, almost a 30 bagger. And it looks super attractive. Tremendous free cash flows, and I mean, I thought it was a good industry to be in. It wasn't guaranteed that it was going to work out, but really a solid one for sure. So my point just being that the right name. I mean, yeah, maybe you're joking, Hugo, but the right name and actually serious about it. Not that it's likely in this case, right? I don't mean that, but just generally, it can really push. It can really have an impact on people's perceptions of a company, no doubt. Oh yeah, Daniel. Daniel, we talk about the different stakeholders. Employees are one of those stakeholders with regard to a company. You certainly don't like to see negative sentiment. It's not ideal. You want your employee. You want vendors to be happy. You want customers to be happy. You want employees to be happy. You want investors. Bondholders to be happy, and blah blah blah. And that's where you can. That's where you can create the most value. But I do see some negative stuff there. I've also seen, when I was first getting involved, I've said this before, but it was they were a very, I don't think I've seen a subreddit dedicated to a company like that where they were so passionate about not so much everything about the business model. I don't mean that, but just what they do. If there is another one, I'd be curious. Let me know, because maybe there's an opportunity there where employees are spinning up an entire subreddit to talk about what they do, and that was what stuck out to me at first. But yeah, I see some of this stuff too, and it's important to take into consideration. But we say talk about negative outlook. Yeah, but a lot of that stuff maybe isn't approaching it from a security analysis standpoint. That's too, but that's something to consider as well. But all else equal, you like your employees to be happy and on board with some of the changes that are taking place. Affirmation of industry-leading hardware allocations where directly or through observation would where directly right they wouldn't disclose. They couldn't even know. They couldn't even know that, Rod, could they? Affirmation of industry-leading hardware allocations where directly or through observation would send a powerful signal. Oh yeah, I mean, even if they could see that, could they announce that? I don't know. I don't think it would be that powerful a signal. I'm not so sure. This level of bearishness, I don't think that they unless it were from like a Microsoft or a Sony. If it came from Microsoft or Sony, that's another story. Oh, it hopped on me. Hold on. Oh, the TikTok. Yeah, did they undo the TikTok PR? I think they undo the TikTok thing. I agreed with the optics. I don't understand if that was real. I still don't know if it was totally real. I'll just tend to believe it. Why not? And then I also did I see that it was undone too? Was that confirmed that they decided to go against it? But that's just an optics type thing. There could be, you know what I mean? Like, it's not crazy to me that employees might want that type of a thing, right? But the optics of it was negative. So I don't so much knock the company for the TikTok stuff from the employee perspective, although maybe employees didn't like it either. But I feel confident that there were at least some employees who might like something like that. But what I would say is just give something in lieu of that equal value. You know what I mean? But other changes, sure. There's sometimes I think there's going to be a disconnect, not just with the GameStop, but with any company that's doing a major turnaround. I think that stuff's going to happen because oftentimes there's got to be tough decisions that's got to be made. You still don't like to see it, but sometimes it's a nature of a turnaround. But what's the matter? Yeah, but okay. Wait, what's that one? Strong physical aim cells. I don't know what that is. That's been the case. I invested in GMA. So salary man saying that's normal talk for all employees. I don't know for sure, but that like I said, I don't see too many subreddits like that. So it could be I just don't have a frame of reference. I really don't know. But again, you don't love to see that, no matter who you are as a stakeholder. You don't want to see employees complain. You don't want to see vendors complaining. You don't want to see bondholders complain. Like it's upon the company to try to do their best to try to balance everything, ideally, because that tends to be when you create the most value for everybody. Oh, so Salaryman just said the same shit. GameStop board is a little more public. It could be Salaryman. I don't know. Oh, you're being serious with your opinion. Yeah, okay, Hugo. Yeah, I just said that I didn't. How do we make this happen, Hugo? Kim, first let's get you on the Roaring Kitty stream here. Folks, we'll come prepared with some questions and stuff. We'll talk through. I don't even know what we'll talk through, but just talk about how we can maybe potentially get you. Oh, Hugo. If she had any sort of gaming bent, maybe, but that's the thing. That's why I don't know. Kanye? Hey, he just conceded, so maybe we can nominate him for something else. We can nominate Kanye for something else. We can give him some of these glasses. I got another one. Game Easy. Ooh, is that a new Game Easy? Can I do something with that? I was trying to think through some albums too. There's not as many. I found some. Game Easy. Easy Stop. Take Gap. Yeah, I did see he was involved with Gap. Oh, okay. Kind of where Hugo's going with this. Has more market value than GMA. Oh, does it? $7.4. It's not even close, huh, Hugo? Bananas. The trucks are really good at rolling. No, I knew what you meant, salary. Yeah, I knew what you meant. That's what I mean. And I said what you said just after that. With many companies, that's just how it goes, right? Employees are gonna I hear you, Salaran. You know what I mean? Okay. Hey, I'm caught up. All right. 10:08. Okay. I was caught up a little bit there, right? Whew. Yeah, and Nintendo had some stuff coming out too, right? That could help boost Q3. That could help. I don't know. You know what I mean? But they're also weakening in other areas. So you never really know if it's going to be a beat, right? Because there's balancing stuff. Certain areas of the business might have been weak, whereas certain areas might have been strong. And then it could be tough to try to analyze what might have been the better performance. Oh, what was the net performance, right? We just don't know. Oh, Salaryman. I know. We were talking about that a couple months ago. Well, maybe a month ago or so now. Salaryman disappointed I didn't go out to buy a PS5 from GME and doing the... Oh, yeah, someone did. Who was it? Nephew. Didn't I see him do it? I think it was on StockTwits. I forget. Yeah, I know. The people saying I should live stream. Yeah. Oh, you said that. Yeah, do a live review or do a live stream of me going to get it, right? That's not too late. Okay, so what's the bet for Monday? Basic PR touting consoles, something extra, nothing. Base case is nothing right off the bat. I'm 51% nothing. At least. Why Monday? Wouldn't it be Tuesday? Would you do the day of or the day before so that people can prepare? I guess there'll be something out. There'll be something out next week. I'll just say there'll be something out next week. My guess is that, but it's basic PR touting consoles. Oh yeah, sorry, Rod, you said that. Thank you. That's enough for me. I trust you on that front. Okay, Monday I would say the basic PR touting consoles. That's my base case. I was gonna say above 50% next week. I just didn't know about Monday, but if I'll take your word for it that's when they do it before. So I think basic PR though. If there's something extra, that would be terrific. That's what I say. If there's something extra and it's next week, can you imagine the timing? If there's something big, but that's the thing. I can't. There were 4 PRs. Okay. Now I need to look this up. Thank you, Rod. Shit, did you... Oh, I can't go back. Can I? Oh, I can, because I can click the year, right? Yeah. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, but... hosting Sony PlayStation 4 pre-launch events. Ultimate destination for the new GameStop PlayStation 4 system. All right, good call, Rod. Okay. Xbox One pre-launch events provides customer. Okay, but what if I go to business? Oh, it doesn't go back all the way? It's fine. And, I don't see anything. Not that you're saying that, Rob, but I was just like, is there anything here that was meaningful? Wow, they announced it in November. Third quarter results. Wow, that's early, right? They announced it December 11th, I think, last year. Yeah, some of this PR is soft PR, super soft PR, right? Super soft. Yeah, I think it'll just be soft. Basic TR, no, okay. You talk about Map Fires this week. Any predictions on what could happen next week with new consoles dropping? Love the stream, by the way. I've been looking for. Hey, thanks, Jake. I appreciate you, Jake. In fact, we were just talking about. We just answered that, Jake. Rod was talking about that. Rod was saying in the prior cycles, which is what I was just pulling up, that they did announce stuff around this time, so you could see a whole. But this was 2013. I love this for a proxy, Rod. I really do. November 11th. I forget the exact dates. This is good enough for me. November 14th. You can see a whole bunch of items released. It looks largely light to me. this time's different, right? I mean, there's a whole bunch more stuff, different stuff going on for GameStop, right? Completely different setup. But nevertheless, 4 PRs indicates to me there's definitely going to be something announced, right? Which we all kind of figured, right? We thought there'd be talking about the new consoles, blah, blah, blah. But I think what Rod is most curious about, myself included, is will there be something more than that? Like, that's it. Something more, something extra. I like that. And I think I lean toward no. New consoles dropping love could happen next week. I mean, it could. That's the thing, though. But if it does happen, even I think no, right? Even I think no. So if it does happen and it's something big, I mean, everyone's going to be talking about this. So what was interesting is in September, when they didn't they announce? Oh, we did. I already talked about this stream, right? Didn't they announce that big long PR? Shit. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, wasn't this the day? Okay, can someone correct me? Correct me if I'm wrong. Was this the day of pre-orders? This is the 16th, yeah, 16th, September 16th. And it also was the day that Ryan Cohen amended his 13D, right? Kind of interesting. And I like this press release. It wasn't anything super, super crazy, but it kind of, for me personally, it kind of helped put things in perspective for me. Like, this is really a long, look at this. GameStop credit card. Go check this out. You can look it up on your own. But when I read this, I'm like, damn, that's kind of a badass press release, kind of putting this up. Right, this was because today announced it is now taking pre-orders. Right, of course, it was that same day. You know what I mean? Like, that was kind of something. Because they were dropping the other stuff in there. Again, not game-changing news, but even still, I remember thinking, wow, it's kind of timely news. And then it also so happened to be the time that the 13D was amended, and then the Amazon article, the Amazon stuff, was that on Bloomberg? Shit. No, that was the week after. Okay. Week after. Did that coincide with another pre-order of maybe Sony? Nope. For Xbox? Nope. Never mind. Nope. Never mind. 4 PRs. I only play Minesweeper. Psych. Y'all were saying that last time, right? I only lose after 9 mines. Oh, that was good. Who said that? It just popped on me. Salaryman, that's funny. That's good. Hey, Miles Hunt, welcome. Goes back to 2010 on their site. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I popped it up. Hey, Joe. All right. Welcome back, Joe. We were talking about you earlier and your 5-week moving average. Rod had tossed out the 21-day exponential moving average, and it reminded me of you tossing out that 5-week moving on the weekly. Is pot, is it going? Oh, shit. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. Damn, I don't think I made a play, though. I like the play, though. It's looking good. For CGC, did the other ones pop, too? I forget the other two. The other charts weren't looking that great, but CGC stood out as, like, this one kind of looks okay. This still looks okay. I almost wish that seems like that was deserving of a small play, but I didn't do it. Damn. Low conviction play, but it looked interesting. One of those people who get really bullish about it. A lot of upward possibility, even if unlikely, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, so, okay, Ruff. They don't put out a big PR touting their enhanced capabilities, web, app, store, fulfillment, purchase options. So I'd agree with that. Right? It's very similar to this one. So it's similar to this one, talking about this stuff, maybe even same day delivery, rent to own, go into great detail there, buy now, play later. I'd agree with that. Yep. And I would like that. I like that press release. Web app store fulfillment, purchase options. Right. Yeah, I'd like that. It's something. It's not going to change. As I know, Ron would agree with this, but that's the thing. It's nothing that would change a bear's thesis or anything like that. But again, from a sentiment perspective, not everything needs to be that fundamental stuff with a stock like this. You never know. All else equal, you want something substantive that really can make a bearish person think, "Oh shit, maybe I'm wrong about this." That's what you love. But still, good news is better than. I don't want to say. Yeah, good news is better than no news in this case. Yeah, Miles. No interest in writing one. I know. It keeps on going into 2023. 2023, Hugo, when the squeeze will happen. Yeah, can you imagine? How long can you keep this up, huh? Like I said, I thought my thesis would either be proven right or broken within a pretty set time frame. So we're not total. I mean, it's looking for once after a long ass time. It's looking like in my favor, and I think our collective favor. I would assume. So that's nice for a change. We got that going for us, which is nice. But yeah, I don't know if it could go another 3 years. Hugo, I can't even think about that shit. So wait. So I've been thinking about this. Wait, what do you say? Where are you going here with this? So yeah, I know. I've been thinking about that too. Of course, right? Especially now that I've come around to like my belief in management and stuff, and then I see Ryan Cohen getting involved. How can you not think about that? It's risky for it to be. Not that any of y'all saying this, right? Anything about base case, but you. I mean, I'm right. Yeah. I'm on board. I think I think the risk is like I say, the risk is to the upside for something like that. You don't want it as a long. You don't want it to be your base case, but as a as a short, you'd think you'd be panicking that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm on board with y'all. Yeah, when's the last time I was this low? Is this the rate? What's the fee? The orange? Six. Yeah. So what's your thought on that? Why do you think? I know. I feel like we already talked about that. I don't even have any really strong. I don't even know. Oh, I think I know what you mean. Okay, I know. You don't even have to answer. I think I know that it was part of it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Is it wishful thinking? Who knows? Who knows? It does seem low. Six. Yeah, it does seem low. I know. I wish this went back further. Wait. God, what the hell was it? Is that really the fee? 200%? I forget it was that high. I don't know how accurate this is. We know it's been lower and higher than this, so this seems a little bit off. Oh, this is through June. Through June. June? What is this? Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. So September 58. Then it got down 28. Then we had the Microsoft stuff. over 50. And now we're at the lowest since early September. The lowest since early September. The week of the consoles. Oh yeah, so Miles, we were talking about that. We talked about, yeah, I had this up, Miles. My question, Miles, is this legit? Did Best Buy confirm this? Are they really not selling? They're not selling in-store consoles? And what about Walmart? And so we talked about this earlier, Miles, how on a relative basis, GameStop could be a beneficiary of some of this stuff. You know what I mean? Because if people are walking around the store, walking around the mall or something, or walking around an area, maybe they might be more inclined to go to GameStop. That said, I think a lot of these consoles are going to be sold out, so maybe it's a moot point. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just kind of talking out loud here, and then and then none of them are selling them day of, or is it no one's selling it day of, or Sony's not selling it day of on November 10th? Is that right? Do I think they're sold out through December? Oh, I don't know. What do y'all think? I feel like where's Trey? What do you I don't remember last cycle. I forget. I was thinking there's so much tremendous demand that it might be sold out constantly, so no one even really, like, it's almost a moot point, but I'm not sure. Move Black Friday to traffic to all online stores this year. That's a vote of confidence for their e-commerce. Oh, did they already do that? Are they? Oh, if they purposely move. Okay. I doubt they move everything to. Oh, just because of the COVID stuff? Oh, maybe. I guess they could. Okay. I know they're closed for Thanksgiving, which you could argue is kind of that vote of confidence stuff too. And although that just might be pick up at door, yeah. Hey, what's up, Search One? What's up? I'm way back in this. Oh yeah, you're right. But where do you see GME at by end of next week? Oh, no idea. Yeah, my style search. I don't have. I have like a longer. Check out the investment style videos on my channel, but I like have a longer term outlook on this stuff. I don't have much insight as to where a stock price is headed in the very short term. I would just say the stock. It kind of looks like it's in this range in my mind. We're in this like $11 to $16 range, if you can see that. But no, I have no 1 week forecast. That's not my style. Sony isn't selling in-store on 11/10, but don't know about how long that lasts. Yeah, that's that I just saw one day. And I'm like, what? 1 day? Won't they just come the next day? It makes sense for the big longs to lend out their shares as they will make Bailey dollars until they cover. That's right. The longs are incentivized to lend. That's right. But so that's yeah. Is there any reason that the shares would need to be called back? Like, that's always the question, and it seems like usually no. A day one thing to enable a smooth pre-order pickup process and reduce any mass gatherings. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Rod. Bar fee is so low because both show very little covering. Yeah, I don't understand. There's no rush to force covering. Right, that's right. Yeah, unless something comes up, it seems unlikely, but there's many risks to this belief that why make a lot of money at once when you can make money all the way to the top? Yeah. Oh, are you trying to say that they don't want it to go up quickly, but they want it to take time so that they can? That's a good point. I guess my only counter to that would be on an IRR calculation. I suspect that the upside. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a good point. It's full stop. Good point. And one that we haven't talked about too much, if at all. I forget. But my counter to that would be on like an IRR calculation that they'd probably net more in a faster period of time if it moved up quickly because of the amount of capital. Because of the amount of gains that they would get from the upside momentum, but I'm not totally sure. To be perfectly honest, I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that the rates that they're getting by lending are enough to counter dragging it out. You know what I mean? I think they might be incentivized for it to work out quicker, but I don't know. I'm not an expert in this stuff. I don't know, but nevertheless, it's a good point to bring up that maybe it's worth it. Let this drag out. Like you said, if you know it's sound and you know it's going to work out, who gives a shit? It's going to, because the fundamentals will win out. The value wins out. You know it's coming. What's the rush? Yeah, no, I don't know the average rate. I think those are all spot rates. And even these aren't, as someone said here, as I think Rod said, you see a lower rate at certain brokerage houses and stuff. This is kind of just a proxy for the trend of the rate, I'd say. But I don't know what the average is over a few months. I'd say probably in this ballpark of probably in the around that 20% range. No, because it was way higher, but not for that long. Maybe 20 to 30, just a guess, but I have no idea. Yeah, crazy that no consoles, huh? It's important for attachment type stuff, you know what I mean? Maybe Best Buy's not selling any consoles because they didn't get any. They were all given to GameStop because of their high attachment rate, you know what I mean? 20% annual rate on GME seems like nothing compared to the upside. That's right. That's what I mean, Miles, right? That's what I'm kind of getting at. On a relative basis, it's almost like it's just not that much. You'd much rather have a quick double or a triple or a quadruple or whatever it is, and then take your money out and be done with it. Move on to the next play. PBF back down. SD back down. Whoa. 40%. What the hell is this? And why am I underweighted on it? Shit. All right, this is a very basic thesis. I remember this one. Very basic thesis to this one. It's all logic, though, as a short. Pay 20% annualized. Yeah, I know. I don't get it. I don't get it, Rod. I don't know. So that's what I keep on wondering the same thing, and I keep coming back. I don't know, but I'm starting to think nothing, Rod. I'm starting to think nothing, and I'm starting to think they got the wrong thesis. That's what I think, and that they're overly confident. I have no choice. That they've subscribed to the wrong story. I acknowledge the possibility that there's something that we just don't know that they do, and or they can get out of it. You know what I mean, Rod? That I keep on thinking that they can just get out of it. If this is just a slow burn, and it's going to take quarters of slow incremental fundamental changes or the reveal of partnerships and stuff, then they can just get out of it. And in the meantime, keep the shorts on and try to keep a lid on the price action, perhaps. Although I don't know how you're doing that if there's no more shares to short. It's not like you can actively short more. I feel like it could be a basket too, that it's just not that big of a deal. But that's what I mean. Maybe it's just that's what I mean. Huge fun. It's just not that big of a position. Who cares? But as far as that's what I mean. I think maybe I think we, myself included, are just thinking like this is as big of a position psychologically for the shorts as it is for us, and I think that's unlikely to be the case. That it's just another position, and they have this this thesis on a zero that I think is wrong. But it's just I don't know. Yeah. So why do you think that? Why do you think that, Rod? Why should it be? What does it? What? How? If it blows up, yeah, I don't know if I agree with this. If it blows up in their face, how? What does that have to do with requirements? Symmetrical disclosure. What does that have to do? I don't know. I don't know how those. What difference does it make? When this blows up and should be the proof point to require sits management. Is your case that the investors in the fund have been let down because of poor performance and that they wish they had known that? You know what I mean? Who has been hurt by this? Disclosure wise, would allow for more efficient markets. Really? Well, there's two things here. For two things, Rod. If they short aggressively when the price goes up, that is not basket behavior. No, it could be. I don't know. It could be, Daniel. The cover disclosure. So number one is when you talk about symmetrical disclosure requirements. Just to be clear, Rod, when you talk about, you're just saying symmetrical. It could be that the long shouldn't have to report. Number one, it seems to be it's kind of weighted in this that you're suggesting that the shorts should be risen to the long level that they should be reported. But there's a case to be made that even long shouldn't be reported. So that's number one. Why do the longs need to report, and in turn the shorts? Number one. You know what I mean? I feel like that's kind of built into what you're saying there. To your second point, I'm all over the place here. Number two is I don't think it would create the disclosure push. I don't think if this blows up in one fund's face, why? How does this impact the rest? Who does this impact besides the fund? It would impact the investors in the fund, because they'd be disappointed in the results, and they're the one who may be pounding the table, being like, "Hey, I wish I knew because I wouldn't have liked this very much." But it also may be, what if it's a gigantic? It's not my base case that it blows up in anyone's face. If it's just some giant fund and it's just they can get out at a. There are plenty of shorts, some active, some passive. And then also, if they've been short this whole time, as we've been kind of talking about, Rod, they could get out break even. You know what I mean? Not that you're saying it's going to blow up anyone's face, but there's like so many there's so many different layers here that I'd like to respond to. Number one is if they've been short since a good chunk of it. We know it was only at 20 million short back in the day, and it's been upped. But if they had been short that 20 million this whole time, they may break even at a $30 price point. You know what I mean? I have no idea. So the whole blow up is we shouldn't make that leap. Not that you are. You're kind of just talking hypothetically, Rod. I know you are, but you know what I mean? Why is it imperative that the longs disclose? That should be the starting point. And then you say long should have to disclose because this. And therefore short should also be required to disclose. First of all, I'll just acknowledge the asymmetry is a little bit odd to me. I'll just say it's odd. But my first point is, should they even be reported at all? I think they need to hire some equity markets while causing short squeeze just as a big middleman. On how to proceed long term. Well, you talking about GameStop salary, man? That GameStop needs to hire consultants? I think they got a good crew right now. If you're talking about GameStop, let me know. I'm going to keep going because I think they got a good crew on them. I think Miles is saying that a contingent of the position is just Jimmy being lumped in. Yep. Oh, yeah, that could be. Yeah, that totally could be. Okay, Daniel. That they didn't close their positions. Yeah, we talked about that a bit earlier, Miles. It was a tell. We know what their plan was, and I think I'll know this in a little bit of time, but I think this has been a benefit to me that happened. You know what I mean? I need more time. We need to see what actually unfolds here, but not knowing. I don't want to make it seem like I'm 100% sure because I'm not, but being like 80, 90% sure of what their short thesis was and seeing where it is. Because again, I usually see that short interest. I'm like, what the hell? But now I think, you were betting on zero and you didn't get it. Anyway, sorry, we did talk about that, Miles. Yeah, no, management is aware, the board, everyone's aware of the short position. The question is, So what? Someone who's a professional finance. No, salary band. I think they got it. Well, they just had. I mean, yeah. There's probably. I was gonna say they got Hesty on the board now, and they got their two board nominees. But they got Bari's ear. I mean, Bari's talking to them. Even Cohen's talking to them. That said, you're talking about someone who's really an expert on this stuff. But I don't think that's at the I don't think that's at the forefront, at the front of their minds right now. But I think I still think those topics are being discussed, Salaryman. You know what I mean? Amongst them. I am very interested in why. So I'm with you, Miles, on that. So I said this on the last stream, Miles. I don't think you were here. But for some companies, because I know they purposely. So I don't disagree. So I like this conversation. Right? So what I was saying on a recent stream, Miles, was that with some companies, with some of these sketchier companies that I'm dealing in, when they start to go quiet, when a management team starts to go quiet, that is a negative sign, right? It's a negative sign because it means you want to keep your investors up to date and stuff, and when they're in a precarious position, that silence is deafening. It's like I have trimmed and sold on silence before because I didn't like the setup. I'm like, this isn't good. But as you're pointing out, the inverse is true when you do trust them. And I was saying how, I mean, this could not only prove to be a competent team, but an outstanding management team. And if that's the case, then the silence is not so much concerning, but could even be good. You know what I mean? Like, as what y'all are kind of getting at. Like, I've thought through this stuff too, but you don't know. You don't know. It's still guesswork. You're just like, Yeah, we'll see soon enough. That's the thing. I feel like we'll know soon enough. And for some folks looking out 3 months, yeah, okay. I think we're all on the same page here. We're all on the same page. I've thought long about this stuff, especially ever since. I'd say I've thought long about this stuff for the past. You go. I would say I've considered this, especially in the past past 2 months, right? Because there's been a lot going on, but it shouldn't be the base case. That's what I'd say. I've really, it shouldn't be the base case, but I also think it ain't. It's much. I think it's much higher than 0. Would you all agree with that? Same thing for me, Miles. I never thought GameStop. Well, not never. Excuse me. I didn't think GameStop hasn't looked cheap for a long ass time. Well, no, yeah, base thesis, but I mean, it shouldn't be the base case that there's the quiet, the silence is a good thing. You know what I mean? I just think I'm entertaining this possibility, like yourselves, of like, oh wow, that's because I've been long saying how first of all, in Q2 earnings, in Q2 earnings, I'm like, oh, I wanted more on this stuff. This was a fine quarter, and my thesis remains fully intact, but I wanted a little bit more from management, right? And then as a couple of weeks passed, they had this, that, do I still have it here? They gave a little bit more color on this stuff, and they talked about a lot of stuff in the conference call. The analysts asked questions, and they talked about that same story that they've been telling the whole time, and I bring up the PowerPoint and blah blah blah. But I wanted more. I wanted something more meaningful, something more substantive. Then we got this article, kind of like piecing together. They've been working on all this stuff. They've hinted at stuff in past years. Yes, that's right. And the ICR conference too. They've been telling the same story and seemingly slowly executing over time. But I still, as an outside passive minority investor, well, we'll see. That's the thing. So this is the thing. I don't disagree, except just the probability of this, right? Everything, we always have to assign probabilities to this type of stuff, and I hear you. Especially over the past like 2 months, I've been thinking this. Hey, Cheyenne. But Cheyenne was working. Now back from work. Welcome back. Happy Friday, Cheyenne. I hope you had a nice day at work. That's true. Not the COVID. Yeah, that's it. That's a risk right there. But we'll know in a couple of weeks, right? Because if it comes, if this stuff were supplier issues, I would have felt. I was thinking about that earlier. That Rob, we would have heard about the supplier issues more meaningful already. Maybe down the line, but that stuff will get spread out over a couple quarters. But like this type of stuff, I think. All right, yeah. This type of stuff, Rod. I was thinking that announcements around the consoles. You know what I mean? Like this is the time. It's front of mind for everybody. We're all talking about it. You see in Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, Economist is talking about the gaming type stuff. Everyone's pre-ordering. Yeah, well, I agree with that, Rod. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I don't think I'm clarifying, Miles. Just to be clear, I don't mean the base thesis. I don't mean that it's not the base case. Maybe I'm not. The base. I'm with you on the base thesis, right? Base thesis. This stuff doesn't change. I mean, I don't think it's. I don't think it's necessarily a greater than 50% chance that some. Never mind. We're on the same page. We're on the same page. I got you. Okay, yeah. We're on the same page. No need to. We're on the same page. But I think that we'll know soon enough. You know what I mean? Now the consoles are here, and we only had that Microsoft type stuff, and now they're coming Tuesday, coming Thursday, and then the holiday season is here, and so I think we'll probably know by year end. That's been my thinking. And if not then I think if not by then I think we're overthinking this. That's my thinking. If we're not overthinking it, then I feel like it's relatively imminent. Would you all agree with that? I guess we'll know soon enough. I just figured it had to be. Oh, you think it did, Daniel? Well, we'll find out early next week. No, we'll find out early next week if short interest rose. You think it did? If it did, it couldn't have gone up that much, I think, but we'll see. Based on the sell-off, it could have dropped, but we'll see. Not a big deal either way. Think any hype has been baked into GM yet? No, Miles, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I know some people are quick to say, "Oh, that's all hype. That's all hype." Oh, I don't agree with that. Which is kind of interesting to me because I thought there would be more baked into it, but I think the bearishness is just so incredibly pervasive and heavy, and I've been surprised by this position so many times over the past year. Are having earnings baked in. Yeah, a different beast though, right? Different setup with these other ones, like Elwood here too. Maybe. That was a good opportunity. I wish I was tracking this, right? This would have been a natural play. Damn. Whatever. Yeah, maybe. I think the setup is so different, is so incredibly different, Miles. Like, all those other companies are being priced by different market participants in vastly different ways. I think in the gaming sector, GameStop is so unique that it's really not even a comp. It shouldn't even be used. Like, it's a miss. Not that you're just talking. I appreciate you sharing this because I haven't looked too closely at some of their price multiples, but I think the setup is so relatively unique that they're it's not even worth comparing some of those things. And I think this has been a mistake that people have been making this past year. Like, people kept on seeing, oh, gaming's crushing it. How come all these gaming companies are going up and they're all being mentioned in the articles and GameStop isn't participating? And I'm like, yo, imagine where GameStop would be if they without that. And oh yeah, right. I still got it up. Store picks. Rod's talking about these. Got them on StockTwits. And I think imagine where the price point would be without this increased demand and stuff. And I think people just want to be bearish toward it. Hey, this power ranges. Oh, that's a nice big one. Yeah, it looks nice. Yeah, clean and sleek. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, shit. Oh, is he? What time is it? 10:50? Oh, shit. Thanks for the heads up, Jen. I knew that was happening tonight. It's happening right now? Wow. Oh, damn. What was this news? Shit. Whoa. Oh, Max are down 25%. Wow. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, sick. Oh, things are kind of down today, huh? Man, that's really cranking. Bummer. Wow, top performer. Tilray. Yeah, that one was looking kind of interesting too. Oh yeah, that was another one, right? Same thing. All right, so there were a couple of them. I know Joe was mentioning that earlier. Shit. Damn, we just talked about that shit too. A lot of stuff was up today. Hey, Wavement. Cheers, huh? Happy Friday. If it's Friday where you are, I don't know. Happy end of the week. Hey, Jen, how's it going? How's the speech going? What was down today? oh, biotech stuff. And Maxar. Damn. Ouch. Holy shit, this stuff got crushed today. All the dark green is you see the biotech stuff. Yikes. Alright. Oh, Funko got hit. Yeah, not much. Yeah, no. Yeah, Cheyenne, when we go parabolic, we might need a daily stream. Hey, we might have to, huh? I mean, if it's truly going parabolic, you know, for real, like not like a 20% pump or something like that, maybe. Keep an eye out. I guess if that happens, I mean, it's unlikely if that happens, but if it does, check out my Twitter, Cheyenne. I guess I'll post something out if there's like some emergency, like, yo, we got to talk through this shit. It almost happened a couple times in the past, but I'm like, nah, I didn't think it was big enough. I'm like, nah, it needs to be crazy for something like that. We'll see. You know what I mean? Like, what is that? 30, and then 40, and then 50. Unlikely, but you never know with this shit. A daily stream, chief. Damn, a lot of stuff was... Oh, this is the weekly. Damn, big week, huh? I bet not many people were thinking that, but the sell-off was... I mean, I feel like I said that last week. The sell-off was like... It seemed like it was overdone. It was too much. It's still guesswork, but that's just sharing how I felt, you know? Not even that much stuff was down. No buying. Damn, not much buying. It's been a little bit. What the hell got? What was bought recently? GHL, nominal position in the portfolio. I noticed that. Xerox, Carl Icahn going ham. Bed Bath & Beyond. I think there were a couple of purchases, but not much. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised because it's not like anything's crazy. It's not like a whole bunch of shit are crazy cheap. There's another Bed Bath & Beyond 150. A little bit late to the party. Oh, speaking of party, a little bit late to the party. That's right. Damn, there were like 5 names that I'm... Bummer. It was like the marijuana stocks, PRTY, and I guess that was it for almost the ones I almost bought. You know what I mean? Other than that, not much. Okay. All right. What is it? 11? All right, almost 11. Okay. Well, I guess we'll call it this week, huh? I keep on saying this. We thought every night we're catching up on our sleep could be a big week, but I think at this point maybe next week could be the big week. And now Cheyenne talking about nightly streams. You know what I mean? Well, we'll have to. If it could, who knows? You never know next week. But it'll be curious to see price. This was a good setup. We saw 12. We saw 12. We're gonna count 12. Even though it was on no volume or anything like that, right? But a good setup going into next week, no doubt. And then new consoles, people are going to be talking about it even more, and we'll see the impact on price. But then if there's any potential news at the same time as all this shit, look out. Again, it's not. I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but if it did, I would just be like, oh shit. But maybe more just your traditional, as Rod was talking about, just your hey, consoles are coming and here's what's happening, that type of stuff. But other than that, I guess that's all. We'll cut it here. Damn. Holy shit. Looks like a good chart. What is it, gaming? Hey. Blue skies ahead. Blue skies. What is it, just IPO? Yeah, no take. I probably wouldn't have a take on something like this anyway, James. Because usually I need, and the reason being because I have a fundamental style, you know what I mean? I need to see historical performance. These ones tend to be tough. Chart looks interesting, though. If there were a gaming sector generally, maybe. And I know those have been somewhat hot recently. All right, let me just check the profile. There we go. Music felony. Good point. We didn't even do that shit tonight. Absolutely, we got to do that. Oh, shit. Wait, what kind of peripherals? Oh, this is interesting. I kind of thought, James, that this was going to be a gaming, like, casino type stuff. Gamer and creator peripherals. Interesting. That seems like the type of company I'd be interested in. All right, Magic 8 Ball. What are we doing? If we break, break 15. Oh, that's a good one. I'll do 15 because that's console week. It's really not that big either, musical. You know what I mean? Where's the 15, 11, 6. It's only 26% away. That's a one-day move for a GameStop. I mean, we've seen that shit happen before, right? So I'm okay with this. Let's be a little bit bullish. First earnings Monday. Okay. Yeah, it seems like that business look at that. It seems like that business profile is my type of. I guess it's a little bit sexy, but kind of a boring. But I used to deal in what was it? What the hell was the company? Like Logitech type companies. There were a couple companies like that. Oh, Logitech! You just said Logitech at the same time I said it, James. That's the type. Like I've dealt in that before. Those are the type of like kind of boring. Some people think it's kind of boring, not really their style or whatever. And I'm like, oh, that's good. They're kind of a pretty reliable business. No, it's hot. Oh, okay. You think it's hot? Back in the day, you should trade. Watch this. Is it still? It's still public? I'll show you the chart. Oh, now it's hot. Here, look at this. So I was dealing right here. No one cared. It was trading. Look at this, $6. Now it's at 90. You say it's hot, but you bought at 22. I was buying here. I don't still have it or anything like that, but I was buying here, and that's what I remember. And people were like, "Oh no, Logitech." I'm like, I legit have a Logitech keyboard right now. I was using a keyboard mouse and a Logitech mouse and a Logitech keyboard. I'm like, yo, this sucks. And this shit's good. And it's kind of reliable. People keep on buying it. I remember checking the reviews and people agreed that it was pretty good stuff. And then look at the chart. Although I wasn't really using the charts that much back then. But now you're right. Now it's hot. Wow, that's incredible to me. A 15 bagger? Wow. Damn. Okay. Sorry, musical. My bad. All right. Magic 8 Ball. Will GameStop stock break 15 by the end of next week, which is console week? Oh, musical felony. Hold on. You see that? I think you see it. Let me know if you see it. Oh. I can't get it to. No doubt? Okay, you can't see it. Hold up. Okay, let me just change it. Nope. There we go. You got it. Y'all see it, right? It's got to be documented. Yes. Okay. It's official. It's on the record. CU would be proud. It doesn't look like CU's here right now, but that shit's on the record. 26% move up at some point. Let's see. By the end of the next week. That'll be sick, huh? Thank you. Hell yeah. Good. Hell yeah. Good idea. I can't believe we almost didn't do that going into console week. We got to. We can't let the. I'm rolling out, yo. We're piecing out. But we don't. That's the thing. With a longer term time frame that you go through periods of. I mean, obviously struggle periods, right, where the stock price is working against you and blah blah blah. No one believes your thesis. People calling Rod crazy. Go ahead, Rod. Yeah, right. But then there's also periods of like quiet and silence, and there's no one's really talking about stuff. But it's important to like maintain your conviction and keep on shooting the shit. You know what I mean? But and asking the 8 Ball stuff. You know what I mean? Jen too. Yeah. Everyone have a good weekend. We got everyone here, huh? We got Jen, Miles, James, Rod, of course, EO. Peace out. Musical felony. Great idea with the 8 Ball. Good turnout for a Friday. We did good. Waveman, Cheyenne back from work, still chilling. Michael, Waveman, cheers, everybody. Y'all have a good weekend, okay? Chill out, catch up on your sleep for real, because new console's coming, and then we'll just keep an eye out what happens. I'll be curious Monday too. I'm curious Monday, like that last day, and then as Jay Booth, peace out. You have a good weekend too. Like Ron said too, Rod looked back at those past console cycles, and they announced day before, and they usually just a whole bunch of PR. So let's keep an eye out for that. But also if there's anything meaningful in there too, and then keep an eye out for all the. There might be. Oh, maybe there'll be articles this weekend, like in a Barron's type stuff too. Maybe people will be talking about the new consoles this weekend. So even I'll look around tomorrow for some articles that get published tomorrow. I bet there will be some heading into it. It'd be cool if GameStop were mentioning it, but no, it doesn't seem like anyone cares right now. But they will. Right? All right. So have a good weekend and finish this up. All right. Let me get this queued up. Okay, cool. All right. Y'all have a nice weekend. Peace out. See you next week. Adios, amigos.